Dear participants of the second evidence-based research conference, dear friends, dear members of FBRES, this is my great pleasure to be chairing today's the second day and today's morning session of the second day of the second FBRES conference. The conference is the place of evidence-based research in the evidence ecosystem, and as you, so I very this is my very warm welcome to everybody, and this is my great privilege to be chairing it. And may I thank the organizing committee for delegating this role to me. I'm Liliya Ziganshina. I'm the director of Cochrane Russia, and it is really great to be working with FBRES, and particularly in Group 3. The working Group 3 is dealing with the topic improving efficiency in producing and updating systematic reviews. And as a continuation of yesterday's ecosystem theme, I think we all understand how important it is to improve efficiency in producing systematic reviews and updating them. So it is my great pleasure now to introduce our first speaker, Barbara Nussbaumer-Streit, who is a Cochrane Austria co-director at the Danube University Krems at the Department for Evidence-Based Medicine and Clinical Epidemiology. And I would like to say that Barbara Nussbaumer-Streit is inaugural lead of this working Group 3, working for FBRES cost project improving efficiency in producing and updating systematic reviews. So Barbara, this is your floor, and your presentation is resource use during systematic reviews production, a scoping review. Please, Barbara.
Hello, my name is Barbara Nussbaumer-Streit, and I'm co-director of Cochrane Austria. I also led Working Group 3 within the cost FBRES action for the past years. And I'm very happy to present you the results of our recent scoping review. I will share my screen now with you. I hope you can see it. And well, let's get started. So the topic of our scoping review was on resource use during the systematic review production. I'm pretty sure you have already heard about the systematic review dilemma. So on the one hand side, systematic reviews are considered the most reliable evidence synthesis if they are well conducted. They can support evidence-based clinical and health policy decision-making, and they are also essential in primary research. On the other hand, the production of a systematic review is very resource intensive. It can take up to 2 years to complete a systematic review. And then systematic reviews often do not meet the time-sensitive needs of the decision makers, and they can keep primary researchers from evidence-based research. So we wanted to find out where the largest gain in improving efficiency might be possible, and we wanted to map the resource use of different systematic review steps. In addition, we wanted to know the reasons why certain steps of the review process are resource intensive in order to identify suitable methods to address them. Specifically, our key questions were: how many resources do different steps of the systematic review production consume? And what are the reasons why some steps of the systematic review production are resource intensive? As I already said, this scoping review was embedded within the cost action FBRES, which stands for Evidence-Based Research. And we did this work within Working Group 3. The whole cost action is funded by the European Union, and 23 team members actively contributed to this work. So concerning our methods, we conducted a scoping review. We had an information specialist in our team, and she searched multiple databases and also complemented this by citation-based and gray literature searching. We employed dual and independent screenings of the identified records at title abstract level as well as full text level, and we also did data extraction dually and independently. we defined our methods in a protocol before we started with our scoping review. In case you're interested in our pre-specified methods, you can find our protocol on the Open Science Framework if you follow this link. We looked at several steps of the systematic review process, and we used a publication from Zafnat et al. To formulate these steps. We also added 3 additional steps that we considered important. One was administration project management. Another one was critical appraisal of included studies. And one was certainty of evidence assessment. So what did we find out? Overall, our search found nearly 4,000 records, and after screening them and checking whether they fulfill our inclusion criteria or not, we included 34 studies. Most of these studies provided evidence for our first key question. 32 studies reported on the resource use of different steps of the systematic review production or on the complete process of systematic review production, and most of them reported the resource time. 3 studies compared resource use across all steps of the review process, 11 on literature search, 7 on title abstract screening, 7 on data extraction, 4 studies reported resource use on full text screening, 4 on critical appraisal, and 1 on obtaining full text. For key question 2, 4 studies contributed evidence, and they reported reasons why steps of the systematic review production are resource intensive. So how many resources do different steps of the systematic review production consume? We extracted a lot of detailed data in large tables that you can have a look at if you take a look at our publication. I gave here just a brief overview because otherwise I think it's too much for a presentation. But just to give you a brief overview, the mean time to complete a systematic review, for example, ranged between 881 and 1,312 hours. The literature search process ranged from 8 to 22 hours. And full text screening, for example, took 4.3 to 5 minutes per full text. Critical appraisal that depended a little bit on the tool that was used. The Cochrane Risk of Bias tool 1.0 took about 21 minutes per study, and Robbins I about 37 minutes per study. So our main findings on resource use showed that project management and coordination require the largest proportion of systematic review production time. Across all the systematic review production steps, study selection, data extraction, and critical appraisal seem to be very resource intensive, while on the other hand, protocol development, literature search, and study retrieval take little time. What are the reasons why some steps of the systematic review production are resource intensive? Well, reasons that we identified were lack of experience and domain knowledge, lack of collaborative and systematic review tailored software, doing steps manually instead of using supportive software, and lack of good communication and management of the systematic review process. Our study also had some limitations that I want to mention. We focused only on the resource use, not on the validity of the methods or tools. But we are currently conducting a follow-up scoping review. Lisa Affengruber will present you preliminary results in a few minutes. And in this scoping review, the focus is more on validity of methods and tools. So we did not assess the risk of bias of the included studies. Instead, we described the methodological approach of the included studies. We limited the inclusion criteria to studies published from 2009 onwards. We might have missed all the studies reporting resource use, and the included studies are heterogeneous. Specific time estimates must be interpreted with caution. So what's our conclusion? Well, resource use during the systematic review production varies widely. It depends on the topic, the team, the scope of the review, and it cannot be generalized to a systematic review per se, but it can be a guide. And project management and administration seem to be very time consuming and should be more in focus when developing or using tools and methods to make the systematic review production process more efficient. So based on our results, tools to support organization and collaboration throughout the project, as well as tools to speed up study selection, data extraction, and critical appraisal are most needed. Ideally, one tool for all steps throughout the whole systematic review production process, or tools that are compatible with one another. If you are interested in more details on our scoping review in the large tables that I mentioned, here you can see the link to our published manuscript. And I would also like to thank all the co-authors that actively contributed to this work. As you can see, it's really a large team, and it was great doing the scoping review with them. So thank you to the team, and thank you for listening. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Barbara. Very exciting work, exciting project, and there are questions already. And while somebody perhaps still would like to ask more questions in the chat, we are continuing with yesterday's rules, all the questions in the chat. May I have the great pleasure to introduce the co-chair of today's session. And Mersiha has already introduced herself in the chat. So this is Mersiha Mahmic-Kaknjo. Mersiha is a medical doctor and a PhD. Mersiha is a clinical pharmacologist, my close colleague, at Zenica Cantonal Hospital in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Mersiha is a valued member of EBR Working Group 3, and Mersiha is a lead of the Activity Group 15. So Working Group 3, Activity 15, prioritization. And we hope to hear from Mersiha on the next conferences of EBR. In addition to monitoring the chat, Mersiha will be introducing the next speakers. We will be doing it in alternating order. So that's Mersiha. Very warm welcome. And here are the questions. I think there was enough time for Barbara also to go and to read through them. So the first question to Barbara comes from Anne Meyer. Did you track how long your scoping review itself took to do? Fantastic project, which looked like a lot of work. So Barbara.
That's a very good question. Actually, we didn't track the time, but it would have been a good idea. But it took us quite long because we were an international team and all of us did it in their free time, I had the feeling. So it took us quite long, but we cannot say how many hours, actually.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Barbara. The next question is from Hans. Literature search 8 to 22 hours sounds like very little, as the preparation of a good search will take more time. If only the search itself sounds like long time.
So yeah, this differed in the studies that we included. Sometimes they described the whole process of literature searching, and sometimes only aspects like doing the search and rerunning it in different databases. So as I already said, we have to interpret the numbers with caution, and always information specialists did the search. So we assume that maybe this is a reason why they were faster, because they are very experienced compared to people not doing literature searches all the time. Because we found also other studies that we've referenced in our background where literature search is a time-consuming task, but this was from dentists who are not specialized in doing literature search, and for them, of course, it takes much more time than for information specialists.
Yes, thank you very much, Barbara. So congratulations from Hans. Congratulations with a very useful and important work. So great presentation, says Evelyn Kark, right? Now, Yes, these results are very much in line with the ethnographic study we did. It's in my talk later today. That's from Guy Tafnat. Thank you very much. Right. So the next question to Barbara comes from Hans again. Most important research gaps identified, Barbara.
So most studies that we found reported only on the resource time. So we have research gaps on other resources that are used. And we only found one study that tracked the time prospectively. It's the study that will be presented later on. And most were like simulation situations where they tracked a certain step of the systematic review process, and sometimes it was estimations and not really tracking the time. So it would be good for future studies if teams would track their time, like we also didn't, but we could have done. But this would be very interesting. So different resource use and prospective study designs, and maybe differences in more qualitative studies, because we had the qualitative question too, and we only identified a small number of studies reporting barriers and facilitators.
Thank you, Barbara. Tina is writing wonderful work. Congratulations to all. Ishanka, great work. Thank you. Thank you, Barbara. So it looks like these are all the questions. Thank you very much, Barbara, for the wonderful answers. And Mersiha, now I'm handing over to you, please.
Hi, everyone. Liliya already introduced me. I also co-authored this study with Barbara, and it was excellently led. It was a great pleasure to participate in this study. Thank you, Barbara. And so I'm going to introduce Mae Scott, who is from Bond University in Australia, and we'll talk about 2-week systematic reviews. So Anna, microphone is yours.
Welcome, everybody, and thank you very much for joining me today. Before I start, I wanted to very briefly introduce myself. My name is Mae Scott. I'm an assistant professor at the Institute for Evidence-Based Healthcare at Bond University in Australia. And my work focuses predominantly on systematic reviews, both conducting them and improving methods for doing them better and faster. Today, I will talk about the 2-week systematic review methodology, which we developed in 2019, and the experiences we've had applying it since then to larger and more complex systematic reviews. But before I do, a little bit of a backstory about how the whole idea of 2-week systematic reviews came about. So the gentleman pictured in the upper right-hand corner is Paul Glazhew. And since I started working with Paul at Bond University about 5 years ago now, I've heard Paul say many, many times, computer power is increasing, gene sequencing is getting cheaper and faster, why not systematic reviews? Why aren't we doing systematic reviews in 2 weeks yet? So on the 8th of October 2018, I finally said to Paul, look, let's see if we can actually do a systematic review in 2 weeks. And that's how the whole thing started. But this is what we were up against. Back in 2017, Bora and colleagues from the United States analyzed just how much time and work goes into doing systematic reviews. They looked at 195 systematic reviews registered in Prospero and found that the median time from protocol registration to publication of a systematic review is approximately 66 weeks. Because publication time for journals varies, we wrote to the authors to ask if they had data on how long it takes from protocol registration to journal submission. And the median time for that is 41 weeks. So what we were trying to do is a systematic review in approximately 1/20th of that. So this is the systematic review we were attempting to do in 2 weeks. The topic was increased fluid intake for preventing UTIs in women. It was an intervention question. We included only randomized controlled trials, screened just under 1,400 references in title and abstract, and included 8 studies, of which 7 were meta-analyzable. The team consisted of 4 people, all of whom were very experienced. They included Chris Delmar and Paul Glagiu, who are both experienced clinicians and methodologists, as well as Justin Clark, who's a senior research information specialist at our institute, and myself, I'm an epidemiologist. The total work required 8.5 work days, or 12 calendar days, and it was split across 2 weeks, working Monday to Friday the first week. We completely forgot that Australia Day fell on the Monday of the following week, so we threw shrimp on the barbie and went off to the beach, and worked Tuesday until Friday at 12:10 p.m. And the references for both the systematic review itself, as well as the methodology paper about how we did it, what automation tools we used, and barriers and facilitators are at the bottom. So what made it possible? The team was very small and very experienced. We had all previously worked on systematic reviews together before. We were also already familiar with the automation tools that we were using for that systematic review, so there was no learning curve. The systematic review itself was fairly straightforward, an intervention question which included only randomized controlled trials. We worked in close physical proximity, which is to say face-to-face and in real time. Our offices were literally next door to each other. And we had protected time to do the work, which is to say other projects were mostly on hold for the period of the 2-week SR. Now, those, of course, are not standard conditions. Systematic review teams often vary in size and in experience levels of the team members. Some team members, or perhaps even all, may not be familiar with the automation tools. Systematic reviews, of course, range beyond intervention reviews to also include prognostic, adverse events, screening, and diagnostic. They may also include not just RCTs, but also observational studies or only observational studies. And environmental factors are no longer the same, with COVID being the reality for the last 18 months. Working face-to-face is an exception rather than the rule, and time zone factors are, of course, always a challenge when teams are spread across countries or continents. And finally, protected time is very, very difficult to achieve in practice, whether you are an academic or whether you are a clinician. So to test whether the 2-week systematic review methodology would work under more complex conditions, we applied it to different types of systematic reviews, which included various combinations of trials, quasi-randomized trials, and observational studies, with increased screening workloads and various experience levels of the team members involved in the systematic review. So listed here are the first 10 2-week systematic review topics that we have completed. As I mentioned earlier, the first one looked at the impact of increased fluid intake on UTIs in women. The second one also addressed urinary issues, more specifically self-management of lower urinary tract symptoms in men. You can see where the COVID pandemic broke out, we shifted more towards topics to do with infections and COVID specifically. So we looked at the impact of copper treating surfaces on healthcare acquired infections, prevalence of asymptomatic COVID, compared seroprevalence of COVID infections with cumulative and imputed COVID cases, looked at harms and adverse events associated with wearing of face masks and how those could be mitigated. We shifted back a little bit to look at non-COVID topics. Those 2 systematic reviews included the impact of bed positioning on GERD and HIPREX for urinary tract infections, and shifted back towards COVID, looking at the healthcare utilization changes during the COVID pandemic, as well as comparing telehealth to face-to-face prescribing of antibiotics for community-acquired acute infections. As I mentioned earlier, the first 2-week systematic review we did was an intervention question, and most of the ones that we've done since are also intervention questions. However, we've done 2 prevalence questions and 1 adverse events question. We are currently in the process of doing a modified 2-week systematic review for a prognostic question, and we've not yet attempted screening or diagnostic questions, although that's certainly in the plans. As I mentioned earlier, that first 2-week systematic review included only randomized controlled trials. We've since conducted systematic reviews which included a mix of randomized and quasi-randomized trials, a mix of randomized trials and observational studies alone. Those observational studies have been of various designs, including cross-sectional studies, interrupted time series, before and afters, and cohorts. The screening load has varied. The smallest 2-week systematic review required screening just over 450 titles and abstracts, and the largest one required screening just under 5,500 titles and abstracts. Most have been in the 1,000 to 3,000 range. They have included anywhere from 5 studies for the smallest one to 81 studies, which was a systematic review of observational studies looking at the impact of COVID on healthcare utilization. The first 2-week systematic review included 4 team members. They've since typically included 6 team members, although that largest one of 81 included studies included a team of 14. Since the first 2-week systematic review, which included only very experienced reviewers, we've included on the 2-week SRs both individuals with some previous systematic review experience. So, for example, somebody who would have been involved in several systematic reviews previously, as well as individuals with no previous experience at all. What we tried to do is to limit less experienced or inexperienced people to a couple per review and to pair them with somebody who has a lot of experience so they can learn as much as possible. On one of these reviews, we also included a consumer representative, which was a very helpful experience and is something that we would like to repeat on future 2-week systematic reviews as well. The time required to complete these reviews has ranged from 5 workdays, or 1-week systematic review for a small systematic review with 6 included randomized controlled trials, to 18 workdays, so 3.5 weeks, and that was a very large systematic review with 81 included studies, all of which were observational studies, or more specifically interrupted time series and before and after studies. And just to clarify, the amount of time that it takes for a 2-week systematic review, the endpoint for that is the time at which we reach a fully completed manuscript. So it has all the sections written up, all of the figures, all of the tables, all of the analyses are completed and in the manuscript, and the manuscript is ready to either be circulated externally for feedback or to be formatted for submission to a journal. So what have we learned from all of that? Well, we've learned plenty. We found that the 2-week systematic review methodology scales up or down depending on the size and the complexity of the systematic review, and it has ranged so far from a 1-week systematic review for a small systematic review of 6 randomized trials to 3.5 weeks for a large systematic review of 81 observational studies. Which is to say, the method offers a considerable saving over the median estimated time to complete a systematic review, which is 41 weeks. Another lesson learned is that it's very, very hard to do protected time in academia and clinical practice, to sort of quarantine a couple weeks to work on just one project. We found it's most important to have that quarantine time for the screener and extractor pair and less so for others. For example, the search specialist involvement or medical librarian involvement is crucial in the earlier days, a little bit less so farther down the track. clinicians are needed on an ad hoc basis. However, what we find is very, very helpful is if all of the team members can attend daily 20 or 30-minute meetings, which we hold every day as part of the 2-week systematic review process. And that helps to keep everybody up to date on what's going on, as well as enables us to address any issues that come up, and challenges and questions can be resolved. We've experimented with modifications to the timeline, again, to address this issue of the difficulty to quarantine off 2 weeks to do one project. One of my colleagues really likes the approach of working 3 days on, 2 days off, which is to say he works on the 2-week SRs 3 days a week, and the other 2 days a week he saves to work on other projects that he has going on at the same time. What we have also learned is that there is a sweet spot for team size. It can be neither too big nor too small. The risk with having too small a team is that there's not enough pairs of hands to do the work. Conversely, the risk with having too large a team means that there's an increased cat herding or people management workload, keeping track of where everybody is up to and what they need to progress to next, as well as keeping track of all the information flow, which is to say the volume of emails goes up considerably with a larger team, as well as the number of files to manage. Finally, we learned that there is a spillover effect. Since we developed the 2-week systematic review methodology, we noticed that colleagues who were working on systematic reviews that are not intended as 2-week systematic reviews have also adopted elements of the 2-week SR methodology, and those reviews seem to be completed faster. So what I mean when I say elements of the 2-week systematic review methodology is, for example, doing tasks back-to-back to decrease the mental reload, or, for example, holding the morning meetings on a regular basis to maintain the momentum of the systematic review. So what's next? Since that first 2-week systematic review, we've emphasized and prioritized the continued automation tool development. Tools we have developed since then include the Screenatron, Disputatron, Deduplicator, and Methods Wizard. Methods Wizard is currently in beta, and it will be officially unveiled as part of the World Evidence-Based Healthcare Day on the 20th of October. And what that tool does is it assists in the writing of the methods section of the protocol for a systematic review. So watch this space. We plan to extend the methodology to other types of evidence synthesis, including scoping reviews and living reviews. And we are prioritized training and teaching of others in the methodology. So a few months back, we trained a local group at a neighboring university in this methodology, and their first 2-week SR was recently completed. They submitted it to a journal in just under 8 weeks. Thank you very much for listening. If you'd like to get in touch with me, this is my email and my Twitter account. All of the systematic review automation tools that we develop are freely available together with the help guides and videos on the Systematic Review Accelerator website, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Wow, that was terrific. That was the biggest dream of us all working on systematic reviews. Thank you for such inspiring work. Thank you for your wonderful work in organizing all this stuff and making it possible. It seems that a well-played team can work, and that the highest and it's possible. So thank you, Anna. This is mind-blowing. We have many questions. You have answered some of them in your presentation. So I would like to start with Hans's questions. Could you tell in short differences between 2-week systematic reviews and the rapid review?
Well, so thank you. I just wanted to start by saying thank you for inviting me to present this. This is such an amazing event, this conference, and such a wonderful audience to speak to. So thank you very much. To answer Hans's question, it's a standard systematic review. We don't take any shortcuts like you would with rapid review, so single screener or skipping risk of bias. We do all of the normal steps. So double screening, double data extraction, double risk of bias. There isn't any shortcut that would change it to a rapid review.
So everything by the rules and still in 12 days. So it is possible.
It is possible. It does require a lot of work and it is very intense. So at the end of the 2 week, when you go home for the weekend, you kind of just sleep most of it. But you're done. You're done.
Congratulations. So there's another question of David Noonan. Did you pre-register? Yes, you did.
Thank you for your question, David. Back in 2019, before COVID, we didn't register because back then Prospero took a very long time to register protocols. Then, of course, they sort of started uploading protocols without necessarily the checks that they used to do during COVID. We've since started to use Open Science Framework quite regularly because you can just upload the protocol and it's immediately available. But we always have a protocol for a systematic review, whether it's published or not published, it always exists.
So I suppose Parisa asked about the automation tools. They are all in your paper. We provided links for your paper. Do you want to comment anything about these tools? I would rather hear about your experiences. We are conducting a Delphi study, but later I will tell that after a lookup. So do you want to say something about automation tools?
The only thing I would say about the tools is we use a mix of our own tools and other people's tools. I saw there was a question about Robot Reviewer. Know it, use it, love it. Mostly love it. And all the tools that we have developed are in the Systematic Review Accelerator. So the link was in the presentation. All of that is free. Anybody can use. And we've since we did that first 2 week systematic review, as I said, we developed new tools and we continue to develop new tools because we need to prepare good evidence fast, and we're getting there. We're getting there.
So another question. Do you find any automation tools? We talk about that. Was the number of people involved adjusted based on the number of included studies or decided a priori?
We always decide who is involved a priori. In one instance, we had to, so this was the downside of face masks review. We had initially specified one pair of screeners extractors. We ended up having a second pair. It didn't mean any change to the personnel because our two colleagues were initially supposed to be the screeners. Justin and I, Justin did the searches. I was supposed to come in at the meta-analysis stage. So we just pitched in because it needed to be done.
So David Noonan asked, what's the cost model for this 2 week systematic reviews?
What do you mean cost model? So this is not contracted work. This is work that we do as part of the work streams we already have. So for example, for funded work, we have funded grants to work on antibiotic resistance. So it's work done under that stream. We haven't yet applied for specific funding for the 2 week systematic review methodology itself. Although, David, if you know anybody who wants to fund that kind of thing, I will talk to you. Or anybody else for that matter.
So Hans had a question. What was the biggest difference in having only experienced or having some non-included as review team?
Hans, you know the answer to that question. Look, as I said in the presentation, we always pair somebody who's inexperienced with somebody who's very experienced. So we do all sorts of things to try to manage that. For example, have the inexperienced person who's paired with the experienced person to do, for example, less amount of screening than an experienced pair would be expected to do. So let's say you need to do 1,000, an experienced pair would do, let's say, 1,600 or 1,500, and the inexperienced pair with an experienced person would be about 500, right? So we try to decrease their workload, so not to scare them, but also take the opportunity to teach them all the steps, because that's the whole point, right? We want everybody to know how to do this and to use this method.
I think you answered Hannah's question. How many hours is the usual workday? I think I saw somewhere 7.5 hours. Is that true? So another question from Hans. Do you look upon 2 weeks systematic review as an extreme example for inspiration or as something doable for experienced systematic review authors?
I think it's extreme because it was shocking that we could do it. And I will be absolutely honest with you, it was shocking to us that we could do it.
Yeah.
When we finished on that last day, we were like, really? Okay, that was it? Okay then. So it's extreme in that sense, but I think it's absolutely doable. And as we found with coaching the team at Griffith University, which is a university just up the road from us, this is a team that's a nursing team who's experienced clinicians, mix of experience level with systematic reviews. They were done their systematic review, I think it was around 6 weeks, and they took their time with journal submission. They were done in 8 weeks. So it's still, you know, massively faster than that 41. And I think they're already talking about doing a second one. And I think this one will go faster. There's always that, you know, issue of how big is the systematic review, how complex it is. Of course, it's going to be much, much harder to do a systematic review, let's say, of qualitative stuff. I haven't been brave enough to attempt that, not yet. Or a very large systematic review that includes, let's say, 80 studies, right? That, of course, took longer. But either way, I think this method scales up. And even if it, say, takes a month or takes a month and a half, that's still a goal we should be aiming towards, because this whole taking a year isn't going to work, as we found out, especially with the COVID pandemic. Decision makers aren't going to wait for the systematic review for a year, and they'll go ahead with decisions because they have to.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Sorry, thank you. I started rambling,
so
I apologize.
There are so many questions for Anna. But we have to move on. I invite Liliya to call our next speaker. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mersiha. So now it's my turn, and it's my great pleasure to introduce Lisa Affengruber, who is a research associate of Cochrane, Austria, and a PhD student at Maastricht University working on rapid reviews. And the title of Lisa's presentation is Improving Efficiency of Systematic Reviews Production Through an Exploration of Available Methods and Tools, a Scoping Review. Please, Lisa, all attention to you. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Lisa Affengruber, and the name of my presentation is Improving Efficiency of Systematic Review Production. Now I will share the screen with you. The key question was, which of the available methods and tools can improve the efficiency of systematic review production? The production of high-quality systematic reviews is a time-consuming and labor-intensive process. To explore methods or tools used to improve the efficiency of systematic review production, we conducted a scoping review. Our methods. For the search, we followed an iterative 3-step process recommended by the Joanna Briggs Institute. Firstly, we conducted a preliminary limited focused search of Scopus in February 2020. We analyzed relevant studies to discover additional relevant keywords and index terms, and these were then incorporated in the search strategy. A second comprehensive search in November 2020, using all identified keywords and index terms, was undertaken across OVID, Embase, Scopus, and Web of Science. An experienced information specialist conducted all the database searches, and the comprehensive mainline search strategy was reviewed in accordance with the press guideline by another information specialist. In the third step, we checked all the reference lists, and we did forward citation tracking and a hand search in 2021. Our eligibility criteria, we included systematic reviews as well as primary studies that evaluated automation tools or retrieval methods, either retrospectively or prospectively. We limited the search to publications published since 1997 regarding methods. as this was the first mention of methods making the review process more efficient in published literature. For tools, we limited the search to those published since 2005, as this was the first mention of text mining modeling in published literature. We excluded studies that only tested algorithms or models in the development or validation stages, but not yet used in any tool. Study selection and data extraction. We did dual screening of titles and abstracts and full texts. We did dual data extraction. One reviewer extracted the data and the second checked it. For critical appraisal, we used an adapted version of the Probus tool and assessed the following items. If there was an internal, external validation available, the sample size, the topic area of the sample size, the intended users, outcomes of interest, utility of tool method, and if there is anything on user experience out there. For data charting, we extracted various items. For instance, study characteristics, topic area of the sample, workload reduction, time saved, and we summarized the results narratively and grouped them by the steps of the review process according to Zafner et al. And we identified gaps in the research. Our preliminary results. This is the PRISM study flow. We found around 6,000 references, and they were screened for eligibility, and we included 237 full texts. And from this full text, 57 were then included finally. We found 30 studies on methods and 27 studies on tools. Most of the method studies were on search filters, search strategies, or for instance, screening, single screening, dual screening, most of them on screening, and 27 studies on tools, most of them on screening tools, crowdsourcing with a tool, and many other studies. We mapped our studies, the included studies, according to the systematic review steps by Zafner et al. 57 studies were included, and most of the studies assessed tools and methods for the following steps. Screening abstracts, 28, searching in the databases, 19, and devising the search strategy, 15. For the other steps, as preparation and administration, searching like deduplicating or snowballing, updating, obtaining screening full text, data extraction and critical appraisal, synthesizing and meta-analyzing, analyzing and writing up the report, we didn't identify a lot of studies. On outcome level, most of the studies, 50 reported validity outcome. Also a lot of studies, 35 reported workload reduction. Reporting of validity and workload reduction was very heterogeneous. Not a lot of studies, 12, 6, and 5 reported on impact on results, user experience, and saved costs. The intended users of most of the studies were systematic reviewers, 66%. 33% of studies addressed search filters, search methods, and therefore the intended users were information specialists. And only 2 studies were for guideline developers or HTA reviewers. Utility of method or tool, 51 of the 57 studies reported methods or tools that were freely available for reviewers or any other researchers. The limitations of our scoping review, the search was sensitive, but not specific for every method or tool. But I think we are giving quite a good overview of what is out there. We didn't conduct a formal risk of bias assessment, only based on the Probus tool. And the included studies are very heterogeneous. The research gaps, according to the systematic review steps, regarding review steps, evidence is limited to abstract screening search strategies and searching itself. But studies are needed according to preparation and administration, for instance, project management, formulating review questions, searching for existing systematic reviews, the search as deduplicating database search results, snowballing and updating searches, for screening, obtaining full texts and screening full texts, and for data extraction and critical appraisal, for synthesizing and meta-analyzing, and for writing up the report. On outcome level, the evidence is limited to studies reporting on validity and workload reduction, but studies are needed on impact on results, user experience, and the cost saved. The conclusion is efficiency studies for guideline developers and HTA reviewers are also needed, and additionally prospective studies across various types of reviews, like intervention, DTA, or prognosis studies, and across different teams and settings to better reach generalizable estimates. In the end, I wanted to say thank you to the Activity 14 group members of Working Group 3. Those are the names. Thank you very much for supporting this project. And now I'm available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lisa. Let's ask our audience for questions, please. Are there any? Mersiha? Yes, there is already one. Yes, wonderful. This is a question from Hans. How to implement these tools in systematic review preparation around the globe? Lisa.
I think, as Barbara already mentioned, a tool that includes all the review steps in one tool would be very preferable, and I think also a tool that would cover all the review steps would be good.
Yeah, thank you very much, Lisa. The next one comes from Parisa. Would you please elaborate further on how to include both sensitivity and specificity in search? That was mentioned as one of the limitations.
Oh yes, we did a scoping review, so we focused more on getting an overview and not, for instance, for search filters. I think we didn't grasp all the studies, so there are many studies out there on search filters. So for this we would have needed to be more specific, but this was a scoping review search.
All right, thank you very much. I cannot resist reading out. Excellent presentation, Lisa. Yes, indeed. Well done, Lisa. Fantastic.
Thanks.
Yes, from Maria, Angela, and Anna. And thank you very much comes from Parisa. Rene agrees. Yes, thank you very much, Lisa. That was a fantastic presentation and great project, great scoping review. Yes, wonderful. And one again. So let's go further. Great work, Lisa. Well presented and very elaborative review. It was quite easy to follow and understand the review, Evelyn writes. So the question from Regina. Do you have suggestions which methods or tools we should use? Exactly, I wanted to ask you, Lisa. We have plenty of time for questions, so please be generous with your questions. Please, Lisa.
I think there are a lot of tools and methods out there that are quite well validated. We haven't brought it into a table, but I think there are many tools we use. For instance, Distiller, Covidence, Epi Reviewer, I think has great validity. Yeah, but I cannot recommend one for all. So I think it must fit your purpose, and yes, you have to look what you need as a research team.
Yeah, and I understand that those tools which Anna mentioned, which are now in Systematic Review Accelerator, they were definitely not yet the subject of the papers which had the chance to come into the scoping review, right, Lisa?
Yeah.
Right. Thank you very much. Let me go further through the questions. That's yes. Now Hannah is asking, how did you manage to keep the search results so small?
We had two information specialists that did the search, and I think they managed to keep it quite small. And I think the first search gathered many studies more. And so because we are doing as a team the work in our leisure time, so they try to keep it small. But for the search strategy, I think you have to look into our protocol, because I'm not an information specialist. And Rene and Irma Klerings, they did the search, Rene Spijker and Irma Klerings. So if you have any questions for them, please let them know.
Right. Thank you very much, Lisa. So small and tight and manageable. That's great. So Ishanka writes, great work. Thank you. Eduard writes, thank you, Lisa, for your presentation. Excellent. So Mersiha, you urge for more questions, right? Yes.
There is a question from Hans. Unfortunately, librarians try to keep search results small, but we need to have more results to identify all.
Yeah, that's true. For systematic reviews, we have to identify all the studies that are out there. For our scoping review, it was a little bit different. So we tried to give an overview, and I think we gathered most of the studies and can give quite a good overview. But I think that's one of the limitations we have in our scoping review, that we didn't gather all the studies. So, yeah.
Yes, I guess I missed that question from Hans, perhaps. There is something that Rene wrote to everybody. I think I shall just read it out, addressing Hans, in fact. The real world evaluation of these tools is of the most important one. One of the most pressing issues at the moment is that we do not have a good cutoff point of when to stop screening. Research is on its way, but that needs to be solved first. Right, so I think this just comes to your answer, Lisa. Yes, thank you very much. And Hans fully agrees with Rene. Yes, so that question Mersiha has already read out. So just now, I think if I just omit all those comments, Regina writes a comment for Lisa. Can you send the link to the protocol of paper?
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Eduard.
Yes, and there it comes from Eduard, right? I think, Mersiha, please double check if I have missed anything from the comments and discussion.
I think we covered all questions for Lisa. Thank you, Lisa, for your wonderful presentation. And we still have questions for Barbara. There's one question for Barbara and 3 or 4 questions for Anna. What do you think? Should we proceed with the questions at the end of session?
Yes, Mersiha, I think that will be the best way to do when we have all the panelists here. Just let's ask all the panelists to be till the end of this session. And now we go ahead with introducing our next speaker, right?
Let me introduce Raluca Sfetcu. She is researcher at the National School of Public Health Management and Professional Development, Bucharest, and member of Working Group 3 of EBR. Hi, Raluca.
Hi, Mersiha.
Microphone is yours.
Good morning. My name is Raluca Sfetcu and I'm a researcher at the National School of Public Health, Management and Professional Development in Bucharest. I'm also part of the Working Group 3 of the EBR's Cost Action, and I'm going to share with you today preliminary results from the third project of our group. So in addition to the two scoping reviews presented by my colleagues Barbara and Lisa, we have also conducted a qualitative study on the topic of which steps of the systematic review process are perceived as resource intensive and why this is the case. More specifically, we wanted to understand why the steps are resource intense, but also to identify tools that experienced reviewers use and their views on what could increase the efficiency of systematic review production. As participants, we have invited lead authors and co-authors of systematic reviews, making sure to include different types of expertise. We have therefore the aim to include both reviewers affiliated with key organizations such as Cochrane, Campbell, or GBI, as well as academics which are not affiliated with any of these collaborations. To have a more complete image, we have also planned to include information specialists as well as statisticians and methodologists. The way we have reached our participants was by convenience sampling, as we have disseminated an invitation and a short registration form through our FBRES networks. We have also asked support for wider dissemination in FBRES members' professional networks, and we have asked our participants to suggest potential interviewees. Altogether, we conducted 32 interviews between February and November last year via Zoom. The duration was between 30 and 110 minutes, and we asked questions about previous experience with conducting and updating systematic reviews, as well as why some steps of the systematic review process are resource intensive. We have used the list proposed by SAFNAT in 2014 and supplemented it with two additional steps: critical appraisal and grading the certainty of evidence. And the interview guide was piloted with one of team members during our meeting in Krems last year. Our participants are coming from 17 different countries, and most of them identified as researcher, followed by clinical practitioner or statistician methodologist. In terms of experience and affiliation, more than 70% of our participants have been involved in over 10 systematic reviews, and the majority of them are affiliated to university, while around 3/4 are affiliated with Cochrane. Moving on to the results, well, there's variation between our participants' experiences with how resource intensive a particular step is. 4 of the 16 steps of the systematic review process have been consistently identified as more resource intensive than the others. The screening of the abstract is the first of the 4 resource-intensive steps. The reasons why this is perceived so are the high volume of work, conducted generally by a small team of people who are also very busy. Due to the fact that data is often reported poorly, incompletely, or in an unstandardized manner, data extraction is also experienced as a resource-intensive step. The critical appraisal of included study is also not a quick thing to do in the view of our participants, and this got more intensive with the introduction of new assessment tools such as risk of bias 2. Lastly, the certainty of evidence assessment can also be perceived as a resource-intensive step, but this is especially true for novice people who might make it more difficult than it is or use it in a very rigorous way. In terms of which are the tools that experienced reviewers actually use, as well as their views on what could increase the efficiency of systematic review production, we'll now go through each step and briefly discuss our results. So for the first step, formulating the question, not much seems to be available and expertise is the key. One participant did mention using 3i to identify the gaps in the evidence, and that was also perceived as potentially helpful in general. For finding previous systematic reviews, using filters was the most common strategy mentioned, together with the databases where the searches are run, like Epistemonics and Prospero. And for writing the protocol, the most frequently mentioned practice was the use of a predefined word template. Revman and summary have also been mentioned as possibilities. As for devising the search strategy, expertise is again key, although a few online tools have been mentioned, such as Lexamancer used in qualitative mainly by creating word clouds, Yell mesh analyzers, Nomad, or Bioportal. For search, the expertise was also the key requirement, and a lot of participants have mentioned that they would really enjoy a magic button, but I will give immediately an illustration of what that means. And for deduplication, a node was most frequently used, followed by Covidence. A couple of other softwares was also mentioned. Coming back to the magic button, it was very interesting for us to discover that several of our participants are really hoping for the development of such a magic button that would either generate the correct syntaxes for different databases or automatically translate the syntax or even share the searches with the other teams. Concerning deduplication, a lot of progress has been made, and this is recognized by our participants. Regardless, it remains quite fiddly and not very fun. In the words of one of our participants, you're searching across multiple sources that each format the references in different ways. They each have different export filters. The duping is there are, so many different dedupe algorithms. Do you just go with something kind of automated and hope for the best, and still tons of duplicates in there? Different record formats now that we're dealing with. So it's not just bibliographic records, there are trial registered records as well as other kind of great literature stuff. It's all quite fiddly and not very fun, concludes this participant that we're citing here. Additionally, it might be the case that based on a single trial, you might have up to 100 publications. So this is a different issue, but was still mentioned under the duplication category. Possible resolutions for these two issues would be, on the one hand, to standardize some of the way the databases format their records, and on the other hand, for the trial, to link related report to the trial ID. For screening abstract, Covidence was the most frequently used tool, followed by Rene and Spijker, and for obtaining full text, EndNote was the most frequently mentioned, followed by Covidence. Screening has also become easier in the last years, especially in Covidence. Our participants mentioned that they can do it quite easy on the phone, can do it on the tram or even on the train. At the same time, then mentioned the limit that Covidence is not available for all people and it's relatively costly. Covidence is also the preferred tool for screening the full text. For snowballing, this is a step highly dependent on expertise, and for data extraction, the most frequently mentioned software was Excel, followed by Word, Covidence, and EpiReviewer. When it comes to data extraction, using a single software might not be a solution. One participant remembers using Covidence twice for data extraction, once for a clinical question, and that was super easy. And when trying to use it for a public health question, he discovered that it was actually a very ill fit. More structured tools like Covidence and RedCap have benefits that it makes it easy to extract the information, but in the same time, it does not provide a lot of flexibility. And this low level of flexibility might make the design of tools more resource intensive. A different participant remembers using Excel to set up a data extraction sheet and taking only 1 or 2 hours to have it finished. But in RedCap, for example, a data extraction sheet might take about 1 or 2 weeks. Thinking about how data extraction can be improved, in the medium term, participants discuss about reusable data. So if, say, one person's extracted data from a study and did it using semantic technology or some sort of structured framework, then that can be reusable in other systematic reviews as well, a participant tells us. On the long run, the ideal would be to do better upstream, meaning to devise more sensible ways of registering research and making sure it is indexed properly. And
For example, that might look like an appendix where the research data is listed neatly for extraction, or even recording data that's already coded in a computable format so that automated updates for systematic reviews or meta-analysis can be done in the future. For critical appraisal, the most frequently used tool was also Excel or Word, while for synthesizing data and meta-analysis, the most frequently used was RefMan, together with our package and Stata. For grading the certainty of evidence, grade ProbGDT has proved to be a great tool, although you still need a lot of expertise to use it. And for writing up the review, most of the participants are using Word templates, although we have mentions of RefMan Whole and Summary. As these are only preliminary results and looking into the future of what technology might become in a couple of years, I would conclude by citing one of our participants that says, how about one single resource that integrates all software? It's basically online. We don't have to change software. It integrates artificial intelligence and facilitates the process, and that allows the online continuous update. It integrates the searches with the database so you get alerts about the studies. For the last couple of seconds, I wish to thank all my colleagues in Working Group 3, to thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to take questions.
So is Liliya there?
Yes, thank you very much, Raluca. Thank you very much, Mersiha. You are carrying on with Raluca's presentation and questions, right? Oh, there is a question.
There are questions for Raluca.
Raluca, yes. There is a question from Hans, I think, before in the chat.
Have you considered a publication where the scoping review results and the qualitative data are compared and discussed? That's a question from Hans.
Yes, thank you, Hans. Actually, we have discussed in our group the possibility that we bring all this together, and Mersiha, who is also leading a Delphi study, might add something after we answer all the questions about the fact that actually she's using these results to conduct a Delphi study. So that might be the paper. Of course, I think it's interesting to compare the results because there are different data points. Some come from a quantitative perspective, but then if you are able to add codes from in the voices of the researcher, I think it becomes much more alive as an information, and it might also, I think it might fundament suggestions for adjusting the work that might be useful for early researchers in the beginning of their careers who are not really sure how to start. And then if you have this kind of tips and tricks also from the experienced and some quantitative data from the scoping reviews, that might be useful. So yes, we're considering, we're going to see how the publications are coming along, and if there's time and interest.
So there's another question from Parisa. Where this work is placed or located within the ecosystem model that we heard about it yesterday?
I would say this is in the production of knowledge. Like the questions we're asking are supposed to help us better understand how to produce faster, reliable, systematic knowledge. But of course, I think it's also interesting to look at this data. If you look at the last slide where we say if you'd have everything at the touch of a button, then it's not so clear that is positioned in a single part because it becomes usable, readily usable, or easily usable. So it might move on to the other parts of this of the model, in my view. It depends on how fast you manage to get the information. Well, we're now at 2 weeks, so this is really fast already, but people are still hoping for instant access to that.
It
And
seems
there's
that
optimistic.
we are going to get better and faster automation tools, and we are hoping to get them all in one place, and still hoping that the finding and protecting time will be the last line of defense. So thank you, Raluca, for your wonderful work, and I will use this opportunity to invite people who would like to contribute to further elaborate of your theme. So as a working group 3, we informed on the results of Barbara's and Lisa's and your work. We launched a Delphi study that will target at experienced systematic review authors, the ones that conducted at least 3 systematic reviews, and at least one as the first author or senior last author. So please, I will paste Google Forms where if you know somebody or you yourself are satisfying the including criteria, please feel free and write down your name and email address. And soon we will launch our live survey, which is ready and waiting to be launched. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mersiha. I think that's a wonderful opportunity to invite global mind brains to come together to the Delphi study. And now let's do together, Mersiha. Now we have all the panelists together, and we have some unanswered questions. There were questions to Barbara and to Anna, and you brought them together, right? If I miss them again, so here is the question to Barbara, right, Mersiha? So Barbara, that's to you. Can it make a difference if the systematic review work is funded or it is based on a volunteer work and not funded? Should that be mentioned in the final report? The question is from Parisa.
Yeah, I think that's a good point, because as we saw in the presentation from Anna, these 2-week systematic reviews, they were funded, they had protected time, and I think that this is the only way of doing a very fast review, because if you do not have dedicated time or funding, the process from starting to finishing takes longer. I also think that the steps take a little bit longer if it's not funded, because if you only do a few hours a week instead of doing it constantly, you might lose some efficiency throughout the process. But unfortunately, the paper is already published, so we cannot discuss it in the paper anymore, but maybe in the other papers.
Yeah, Parisa is thanking you. Thank you very much, Barbara. So, Mersiha, there were questions to Anna. Shall I read them out, or are you going to do this yourself?
Could you please?
Yeah, all right. So,
okay.
Is Anna here? Yes, Anna is here.
Yes, yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What were the benefits of involving consumers in the systematic review process? The question comes from Lisa.
Okay, so we've only tried it once so far, but I think it's something that we should do more often. So the example I always cite is the one that I steal shamelessly from Paul Glazio, and he said that when you ask clinicians what the most important outcome was in arthritis studies, is they all said pain, but when you ask the patients, they all said fatigue, right? So patients have a tendency to tell you things you didn't expect. So in that particular systematic review, not one of us, I'm ashamed to say, thought to frame the question from an equity perspective. So this was the review that was looking at the impact of COVID on healthcare utilization, which of course will impact different people groups differently. And as I said, I'm embarrassed to say that not one of us thought to frame it that way. It was the person who's the consumer representative who brought that to our attention. And in fact, she's absolutely right. Of course, we didn't find any evidence of that whatsoever, but it was at least a very important question to raise. I think, and the review benefited from that.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anna. And yes, that's very important. Thank you. There is one more question to you. Have you considered a robot reviewer for semi-automation of risk of bias assessments for RCTs? The question
We use
comes
it.
from Robert Noonan.
I'm not surprised it's from David. Yeah, we use it. We use it standardly. It does some things better than others, but we do use it as at least a starting point because it's very good at picking out quotations to support its judgments, even if its judgments are not necessarily the ones we agree with. It's good at automatically searching the literature, the PDF.
Right, thank you very much. It seems to me, Mersiha, that all the questions have been asked and answered. What do you think? Just
Yes.
scrolling through the chat. Anything else?
I think we covered all the questions, and we have still a lot of time ahead. If there are any other questions, the questions really exploded.
Yeah, these were great presentations, inspiring everybody to work further, giving a lot of thought to move ahead. And perhaps we could ask Hans to comment. Hans is live with us here. Hans, would you like to comment live to all of us, perhaps?
Yeah, I would simply state that this is a very good example of how long you can come in good international collaboration, and if someone asking the right questions. I mean, looking at the work done in working group 3 of Everest, that's really amazing and very helpful. And I think the challenge that Anna made to Paul some times ago is also a very good example that we need to have this communication and collaboration that really helps us identify the key questions and maybe find both time and resources to do the work. And I think that as people are doing things in their spare time, it's very good that you have so many authors, even though that if you look at the 2-week systematic review, there was 4 in the first one. And so I think that's another way to make things happen, even though it's challenging. I agree. So that's just very amazing. I'm very impressed by all the work, and very important work for the knowledge we need in clinical practice and research.
Thank you very much, Hans. Yes, the teamwork, and the qualitative nature of the work that Raluca presented. I think that's also very exciting and really deserves publishing, and the world needs to know what was found there, Raluca. And we will try to support you as much as we can, right? Mersiha and everybody. Yeah, and I see Clara coming up here, and Clara is raising hand. Thank you so much, Clara. Yes.
Yes.
Would you mind please sharing your views with us?
Hello, thank you everyone. What wonderful presentations, and I think the results will definitely give a lot of food for thought for many people, and maybe also inspiration to try and reduce the number of days spent on systematic reviews and make the work more efficient. I also just wanted to point out one of the sort of stepchildren of the process, which is this project management and admin that seems to take a lot of time. And I think also to point out that there are tools out there as well to automate that and to make that nowadays much easier. I'm just, I'm part of a project at the moment where we are in parallel developing 15 guidelines, and for that, of course, we are also conducting systematic reviews. So, and within a fairly limited team. So that part of the work seems absolutely crucial, and we are using a little digital tool to really check daily on progress and, you know, move little cards around on the board, and that seems to work really well. So just to highlight that aspect as well, because that can make a big difference in terms of the time spent on the project.
Yeah, thank you very much, Clara. Yes, so we move even more digital, right? Even with the management, which will be great. Yes. Thank you very much. So now, Mersiha, are we coming to the thanking stage of our session? It was fantastically fruitful, and may I first extend my thanks to all the speakers today, to all the enthusiasm, all great work and fascination you brought to this beautiful session. May I thank wholeheartedly the organizers of this unique, outstanding press conference, indeed. Yes, and may I thank Mersiha. Thank you very much for sharing this with me. I was excited and worried a little bit, but somehow you managed to create such a wonderful co-chairing atmosphere. Thank you, everybody, so very much. These are thanks from me. Mersiha, from you now.
Thank you, Liliya. It was a great pleasure to work with you. It was a great pleasure to hear these wonderful ideas. I hope we see next year live, although this was the most perfect ever Zoominar. I listened and cheered. I was a little bit worried, but everything is such a nice experience, and thank you all so much.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the next session of the FBRES second conference. My name is Rene Spijker. I'm part of Cochrane Netherlands and interested in review efficiency. I'm also part of working group 3, working within the FBRES on review efficiency and the evidence synthesis. This is co-hosted with Lisa Affengruber. All of you have been following the FBRES conference have heard her excellent talk this morning, so are quite familiar what Lisa is doing. I'll let Lisa introduce herself in a minute, but first I'm going to outline a little bit about what it is that we're trying to do today in our session. We have 2 oral presentations, one by Julian Hirt, the other one by Eitan Agai. And we have 6 poster sessions. And poster sessions will be shorter, 5 minutes, and they all have the theme of evidence synthesis or the evidence ecosystem and how we can work within that system and evidence-based research. So I'll let Lisa introduce herself for a minute.
Hello, everyone. My name is Lisa Affengruber, and I'm a research associate at Cobit Austria and also a PhD candidate on rapid reviews. I'm also the co-chair of the scientific committee for this conference, and I'm also part of working group 3, activity group 14, and also of the whole working group. Thank you very much. Should we move on?
Yep. And with this being said, I want to give the floor to Julian Hirt and start his talk.
Hello, everybody. My name is Julian Hirt, and I would like to present on behalf of the COVID Evidence Initiative our presentation on rapid answers to important clinical questions. We would like to clarify the role of COVID evidence within the evidence ecosystem here on the second evidence-based research conference. I would like to introduce you to the COVID evidence database, and then I would like to switch over to some working examples from the past. Next, I would like to focus on our living overview on non-pharmaceutical interventions for COVID-19, which we are working on at the moment. And the last point would be that I provide some discussion and conclusion points. The COVID evidence database provides an overview of worldwide planned, ongoing, and completed RCTs on treatment and preventive interventions for COVID-19. We are collecting registration entries and publications. It's a freely available database which is updated on a weekly basis. The full protocol is published on Open Science Framework. Just if you want to go into deep, I provided here the link. And it's a non-profit initiative initiated by the Department of Clinical Research at the University of Basel and the Meta Research Innovation Center at the University of Stanford. We are working with a lot of international partners and collaborators, which you will see later on. Now we are coming to the heart of COVID evidence database. It's our retrieval and screening process. As I already said, we are collecting registry entries and publications. The latter are retrieved from the LOVE platform. They are manually searched and manually screened. Registration entries are automatically searched, retrieved, imported, and screened. They are automatically deduplicated, and basic study criteria is automatically extracted. For example, the status of the trial, the contributing countries, the number of enrollment, and the number of study arms. All references are collected in a basic collection, and from the basic collection we are doing further manual screening for those entries that are not automatically excluded. And for our working projects, which I will show you later on, we are doing manual data extraction or data verification of automatic data extraction. This is the COVID evidence database at a glance. You see on the left top the date of last update, which is outdated for this presentation. And as you can see, one can download the overall database as Excel or CSV file. As of August 2021, when I prepared this presentation, we had more than 4,000 trials collected. On the left side, you see some filters where users can specifically search for entries, and in the middle of the page you see a graph which is illustrating registrations per week, and on the bottom of the page you see the entries retrieved by the search. Now I would like to give you some working examples from studies we did in the past. At the beginning of the pandemic, the group did a meta-research on registered trials within the first 100 days, which is published in F1000 Research, and a lot of researchers from many countries collaborated in this work. Based on the study samples identified in the 100 days paper, the team did a survey of trialists to have a look on the actual and planned recruitment sizes. We did recently a meta-research on the German contribution, let's say the studies which were conducted in Germany or where German participants were recruited. And the group did a narrative review on challenges and lessons learned from COVID-19 trials. We also initiated meta-analysis associated with COVID-19. We have two types of meta-analysis conducted in the past. One is a so-called collaborative meta-analysis, where we requested data from trialists to be shared with us. There, one review was on hydroxychloroquine, which is already published. One is submitted on plasma, and another one is ongoing or registered. We are here focusing SSRI, or the association of SSRIs, or specifically fluvoxamine, and clinical outcomes in COVID-19 patients. And the classic meta-analysis was conducted and published on plasma. Now I would like to focus on our living overview on non-pharmaceutical interventions to prevent COVID-19. We are working on a living meta-epidemiological analysis, providing some basic data on the trials. We therefore include any registered RCT on any non-pharmaceutical intervention to prevent COVID-19 in any setting, any country, and any population. We exclude non-pharmaceutical interventions without a health outcome related to COVID-19, meaning, for example, if a trial has an outcome on the attitude to vaccination or the vaccination rate, we did not include that one. The living overview is weekly updated and will be provided on the COVID evidence database and on OSF. As of August 2021, we identified 41 trials on non-pharmaceutical interventions. Of them, 11 were completed, with only 7 of them with published results. The work is available as a preprint on medRxiv. We conclude that the worldwide clinical trial research agenda was not able to provide the urgently needed evidence to develop strategies to prevent COVID-19 in, for example, schools, at workplaces, or nursing homes. A long-term research agenda, including so-called BESI trials on behavioral, environmental, social, and systems level interventions, is urgently needed to guide policymakers, practice, and societies for the future public health emergencies related to COVID-19. Now we are coming to some discussion and conclusion points. We think that COVID evidence could be a reliable starting point for several approaches, as we used it, for example, to foster collaborations or to conduct overviews and systematic reviews, but also for stakeholders, for example, for treatment decisions or for planning new trials and to develop clinical practice guidelines. It's possible to give a timely response to urgent clinical questions, how the team showed with some meta-analysis in the past. And COVID evidence database is giving us an overview of the global efforts to treat and prevent COVID-19. For example, we have some limitations we need to face. For example, the still big number of entries to be screened, to be manually screened, which takes a lot of time. Then we are dependent of the reliability of the original data sources. And with our approach, we cannot identify non-registered trials which are also out there which are, for example, on non-pharmaceutical interventions out there where we are aware of. And it's not all about COVID. We think that the COVID evidence database shows some opportunities of focused and comprehensive evidence retrieval and its use or its usability, which could also be transferred to other health topics. I would like to thank on behalf of the team to the Department of Clinical Research, all international collaborators and all trial teams that participated in our collaborative reviews and surveys. Thank you all very much for your attention, and I'm now happy to answer your questions. Maybe some of the team members are also present and will contribute to the upcoming discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julian, for the interesting talk. We do have several questions in the chat, which Lisa will ask you first. And if there's time left, I have a couple on my list as well. But let's do the chat first.
One question from Hannah. Which tools do you use for automation of deduplication and data extraction?
So thank you, Hannah, for this question. Trials are identified using a keywords searches, and the automatic deduplication is based on the trial registry numbers, where trials can be tracked. And the other question was on automatic data extraction. Automatic data extraction is kind of a thing we are still working, or is an ongoing task, because the system is not trained by itself. We are training the system. For example, if we use the intervention field, we try to identify a special code how trials are presented in the registry. For example, drug, milligram, and then an application type, for example, per hours or something. We try to make our best to extract most of the trials, but we are referring to several registries of also meta registries, for example, the ICTRP, which doesn't allow that all of the trials are extracted in a comparable way.
Okay, so this is a bespoke technology, and it's not something like, let's say, Dexter or any of the other data extraction tools that are available. So are there already evaluations on your system?
If we are doing projects, we not on the data extraction and the automatic deduplication. No.
Okay.
Thanks. There are two more questions from Hans. Can the database be used to identify redundant studies?
Yes, thank you, Hans, for this question. I already read it in the chat, and my thoughts on this was that we need to clarify what are redundant entries, because there are, of course, duplicates, classical duplicates, which have the identical trial registry number. But also, for example, if we say the EUCTR, the European Register, has a trial registry number and a separate code for every country, which could also be seen as a redundant entry and used to be identified manually. Based on our database, one can download the Excel or CSV file and then could, for example, try to identify entries related to actually one trial, but has several entries. And then a third problem is also the registration in several registries. For example, a trialist from Germany wants to register his or her study in the DRKS, but also wants to present it to a more international platform on the clinicaltrials.gov, or even the EUCTR, which is mandatory for drug trials, for example, of the countries that relate to the European Union. But for example, also the Solidarity trial, which was a big trial by the WHO. And there, of course, there's one central registration, and then the trialists can or might have added specific registrations to their countries. So in short, it's not that easy to identify which are redundant or multiple entries, and users need to really, it's not easy to detect them, even if you sometimes it's also kind of, we had a lot of group discussions, for example, when we did our works, which are multiple entries, for example.
Thank you very much. And the third question is, how is the database funded?
Yes, it's a public funding for 18 months. It's funded by the Swiss National Foundation.
Julian, I have a question. That is, I mean, you probably also know you're not the only initiative around the world who's doing this. Yeah, we've seen quite a few iterations of people building registries and doing living reviews or living network meta-analysis even. So how have you tried to, let's say, stay away from research waste of doing something that another group is also already doing? So, for instance, the French Cochrane Center had their network meta-analysis of all sorts of interventions on COVID. There were initiatives by Edinburgh who did quite a lot of this kind of work. McMaster has done some work. So how do you prioritize what you're going to focus on, which is not covered by someone else?
Yes, so I need to say, when the group started this project, I was not part of the team, let's say. But so far, the one focus of COVID evidence is, for example, that we really concentrate on randomized trials. For example, other initiatives aim to collect all studies, also qualitative observational studies, etc. And we are really focusing on randomized trials to prevent and to treat COVID-19, and also referring to the outcome. Nowadays, we have a lot of trials, even trials that want to prevent, for example, depression or anxiety in people living under COVID circumstances, which is for us really a hard work and needs very much time, or a lot of time, to identify those trials that don't have a health-related outcome related to treat or to prevent COVID-19. This is, for example, something where I would say how far I know the initiatives worldwide, which is something we really focus on, and is something like special on COVID evidence. But on the other way, we are really doing hard to identify preprints, for example. I know from the Cochrane registry, they really spend a lot of time to reliably identify preprints, which could also be interesting, but the group from COVID evidence decided during these 1.5 years rely on the LOVE platform, for example. So we collaborate with other initiatives where we say, okay, you are perfectly identifying the preprints. What we don't need to do it again, because your data is reliable, and could we take your data and present the preprints also, or relate the preprints to our trial registry numbers? Yeah, this is something where we want to foster collaborations, as I said in our presentation, and with a clear focus on a good and reliable starting point to have all, or almost all, randomized trials on the treatment and prevention of COVID-19?
Thank you, Julian. I mean, the question was a little bit brought up yesterday when we were talking about the ecosystem with Per Vatvik. So this is just one of those examples. So thank you for your answer, and I think and thank you for your presentation and your time. People have your handle or email address, so can always reach out to you to ask more in-depth questions. And I would suggest we move to our next speaker, who is going to be Eitan Agai, who is going to talk about a user-friendly software application to improve systematic review screening process functionality. So really interested to hearing that one. Floor is yours.
Today's presentation is about Picoportal, a user-friendly software application to improve systematic review screening process functionality and expedite transforming research into decision-ready evidence. Hello, my name is Eitan Agai, and I'm the founder of Picoportal. And today I will use a case study by Dr. Mary Butler from Minnesota University. Looking at your website, there was a quote from Steve Goodman that says, no matter how many randomized clinical trials have been done on a particular topic, about half the clinical trial cite none or only one of them. As cynical as I am about such things, I didn't realize that the situation was this bad. Very interesting quote, and EBR responded by saying, no new study without prior systematic review of existing evidence and efficient production, updating and disseminating as systematic reviews. Now, in my opinion, researchers know what a good research is, but it is too hard and it becomes harder to sift through all the studies. So how do we mitigate that? In order for me to illustrate it, let me share with you a little bit about my background, which is relevant to this discussion. It is not a typical, I'm not a typical presenter to this audience. My experience is in the financial technology, or specifically in the mortgage industry here in the United States. I lectured in AI automation at the Mortgage Banking Conference, Deloitte & Touche University, and featured on the National Mortgage News. The mortgage industry is worth trillions in the United States, and my clients typically ranges between 2 billion and 36 billion. So armed with this experience of servicing those clients, I developed Picoportal during the pandemic to transform research finding into decision ready with ease. How did I do that? Well, it turns out that once Picoportal was born, it immediately got the world's attention. And since September of 2020, there was some sort of an explosion where over 180 institutions, 800, close to 1 million citations from 70 different countries use Picoportal so far, and the list continued to grow on a regular basis, as you can see from the map. To eliminate waste, we need to narrow the citation search. So when someone searches a bibliographic database, the search do not identify the eligible citations for your study. It is like if the Chihuahua in this picture is include and the muffin is exclude, the search will return both. And why? Because it's a hard problem to filter the right citation, and it requires manual intervention, intensive manual intervention, in order for someone to figure out what meets the eligibility criteria. So in a traditional screening, if we look at the Prisma above that has about 10,896 citations, and even though there were 3,600 duplicates that were identified, still someone needs to go over 7,295 citation. The screening itself is done in a random order, as you can see here, where the red dots represent exclude and the green dot represent includes, and it's throughout the project timeline. That, of course, in many cases, also resources need to be allocated manually. It's not a one person's job. I mean, typically there's 3 or 4 and sometimes 10 people working on screening those citations. So someone needs to allocate the resources. And in many cases, when it's done in a traditional way, it's a sequential process. And by doing it sequentially, you're extending the timeline of the project itself. Now, also, when I review the different tools that are available, most open source commercial tools are, in my opinion, glorified spreadsheets with some logic in them. So that is not going to help to reduce waste. So how do we do that? How do we mitigate this issue? Well, one way to do that is looking at the same problem is to apply, for example, a prediction method where the citations are sorted by the most likely eligible first, right? So as you can see here, there are more green at the beginning and more reds toward the end of the timeline. Now, when the user screen those citations, they can actually confirm that there's more includes at the beginning and many more excludes toward the end of the project. And somewhere around, there is a golden bar where the user can make a choice how they can reduce the resources. For example, moving from dual review into a single review, or skipping the review altogether if they feel that the amount of includes that they will find is negligible compared to the body of articles that are eligible. So looking at Picoportal and one of the projects that were done by the National Academy of Science, which is a guidance of false testing and health outcome, you can see that there were about 5,172 citations. The system automatically eliminated 112 as duplicates. There was a team of 18 researchers, and it was a dual review. Now here at the beginning, you can see that the articles were screened in a random way. Many exclude, as you can see by the red dots, and a few includes in between. Then once the machine gathered enough information, Picoportal started to sort the article by the most likely include first. And as you can see here, in the second part, there's many more includes and very few excludes. And then later on, as the project progresses, there are many more excludes and very few includes. And somewhere around here, there is a golden bar where the user can say, we have enough information and we don't need to continue. And by that, eliminating the waste by reducing the amount of manual effort that it's required. To reduce waste and increase efficiency, we also need to minimize the learning curve. Picoportal offers an intuitive way to review the citation. As one can see on the top, there are a very clear title, author, publication date, a very familiar look for anyone that reviews citation. On the bottom, one can see the abstract of that particular citation, and you can also see the color-coded information. For example, the yellow color code over here indicates the population, so it's critically ill ventilated patients, for example, as population. And also the intervention, as you can see here, that's in purple. And even the study type, like randomized control trial. All of these informations are being generated automatically using natural language processing and help the reviewer make a choice much faster. Specifically, if it's an excluded citation, they can move very quickly through that. Also, the user interface or the user experience is quite intuitive, where information is being offered right on the screen for population, intervention, outcome, etc., or they can make an exclude reason using a drop-down list, and use also shortcut keys, so they don't have to use the mouse. Article analysis give a bit of an insight to the user of what's inside those articles. And the user can also tag the articles, basically creating order from a messy type of data that they receive, and also write some notes. When managing a project, one can deal with very large amount of citation. In this case, it's 11,466, as you can see, but also with a very large group of people. In this case, you have 6 members. And the idea here is how to optimize the project to expedite the completion. So Picoportal uses a crowd engine, which automatically assign jobs based on the user experience and their role within the project. So once they log in, information is available for them to cite. Once they log out, this information is being released and it's ready for someone else. And based on the workflow, the system automatically will know whether or not the citation require 1, 2, or more reviewers to decide its eligibility. Generally speaking, the platform itself, it's a high-performance evidence synthesis. And the reason is that it basically takes the user through the entire experience from uploading the search result through deduplication, screening citation, full text review, quality assessment, data extraction, and then exporting it to a very familiar and common file format. Now, how does it do that? First of all, by deploying technology, right, and automation. So that we mentioned the crowd engine that automatically assigned users. So that reduced the work for anyone that managed the project. There's a very strong deduplication with advanced UI that let you verify that what was duplicated is an actual duplication. The system used natural language processing to automatically highlight keywords and key phrases. It uses machine learning to predict the most eligible citation first. It automatically will scan the web and identify open source PDF file, download them, and when possible, upload them, so it will minimize the work for you, and even on PDF files that are inside the firewall. It's mobile device friendly, so you can screen on the go. And it provides for project manager both user analytics and Prisma. It also offers an agile setting for the project so that the project manager can change the direction of the project in midstream if they need to and move from a dual review into a single review. It supports dual review, let's say, with a principal reviewer. So if you have 1 or 2 individuals within your team that are considered as expert and you would like them to review each citation, you can do that as well. Of course, there is tagging while screening and data extraction and quality. One of the case studies that I chose is a case study that was done by Dr. Mary Butler from University of Minnesota. It was done for the National Cancer Institute on pediatric oncology of systematic review. The study had 12,186 citations, and the system automatically found 4,197 duplicates. It had a team of 9 researchers, and they used dual review to review each citation. They used Picoportal to simultaneously screen and build an evidence mapping by using the tagging function. This is the case study project dashboard on Picoportal. As you can see, there are 12,186 imports, 4,197 duplicates that were identified by the system, and 9 team members. Picoportal also offers user analytics and project analytics for each project. So in this case, the project lead can get insight into the user and the reviewer's performance. So one can see on the top left how many users and how many citations they reviewed and what's their review rate of include versus exclude. On the top right, they can see the accuracy per user. At the bottom left, one can see the time that was spent by each user, and the bottom right, the speed where how many citations or full text review were performed. Here again, one can see the full review screen with the embedded PDF, and the user can choose on the top right, as you can see, whether the article should be included or excluded using PICOs, or if they would like to eliminate PICOs, they can use their own reason. You can also see the full text review that requires 2 reviewers. One said yes, the other one said to exclude based on intervention, and the final consensus was by Mary Butler as an include. Also, you can see that the article itself was tagged while being reviewed, and that eventually served as creating some order from the original messy data. The end result is this output. So the output is a spreadsheet where one can see the citation information such as title, first author, publication year, and journal, and also the tagged citation and full text. In this case, you can see the target population, the condition, the study design. And of course, you can also filter with the built-in filter in the Excel spreadsheet, for example, to filter for all the patients that has a sickle cell disease, for example, and get those citations and articles that meet those 2 conditions. Looking at the case study, Dr. Mary Butler of Minnesota University said that even with edit clicks for tagging of titles and abstract screening, efficiency was increased by about 30%, which is quite significant. Further, 22% of the citations were excluding using machine learning, natural language processing-based inclusion, right? So using automation. And a preliminary evidence map was available upon completion of the first screening of the title and abstract, meaning that by the time that they were done with the screening, they also created some order out of this messy data. So in summary, to improve the efficiency and reduce waste, one needs to look at 3 elements. One is reduce the learning curve. How do you do that? By creating a familiar user interface, consistent user experience, add some videos and searchable documentation so the user can read and watch on their free time and offer support when they're stuck. You also need to improve the project management tools. So have an agile configuration. So as needs change during the project, it should not be an opinionated system and tell you exactly what to do, but rather you will choose your own path. It should be a collaborative tool. This is a web-based technology. It has collaboration. People can exchange notes, can share information, and also provide user and project analytics so that the project lead will have a fairly good sense, like from a bird's eye view, of what's going inside his project, specifically if they have large team of people or large number of citation. And of course, add automation when possible, like as an example, in our case is deduplication, keywords and key phrases highlights, as we looked at the highlights from population intervention and outcome, add predictions so that it will make the process more efficient, and always think about transparency. So when information on automation is being launched, it's totally transparent to the researcher and they can see what's the logic behind it and agree or disagree with it. And with that, if you are looking for more information, please visit the website at https://picoportal.org, or you can contact me directly, Eitan Agai, which is E-Agai, E-A-G-A-I, at picoportal.org. Thank you very much.
Hi, Eitan. Thank you for your presentation. It's a very nice demonstration of the product. And I do emphasize the demonstration. So I have a couple of follow-up questions before we go into questions from the chat. And that is, I mean, we know these systems. I mean, you're not the first one. We know quite a few of those. And quite often we do also know exactly how they work. So I've tried to figure out from Picoportal what kind of classification systems and machine learning algorithms and active learning was the basis of the system and how it would compare to other systems that we know out there. So just to give you a couple of examples, Epi Reviewer, Swift Active Screener, Distiller SR, and the list goes on. I mean, I think we've got about 100 something of these tools around based on these kind of algorithms. So I was wondering where your system differs or where your system compares. And I've tried to find any true evaluations. So could you elaborate on that before we start going into the chat?
Sure. Can you hear me?
You're a little bit low in volume.
Okay,
but...
I'll put it closer. Let me know if you can hear me now, yeah?
Okay.
All right, so first and foremost, this is not a theoretical system, meaning I know that there's many algorithms over there. I know that there are many papers, but the question is, how do you bring it to practicality? This is a very different scenario when someone does something as a research, or they want to prove a point, or they want to prove that their algorithm A is better than someone else, versus actually tying it all together and make it such that from an end user perspective, the machine learning is totally transparent and they don't have to know anything about machine learning and just use the benefit out of it. Now, the system itself is using active learning. So every time that the system sees that there are additional screenings that are being done, it automatically will invoke the machine learning and will learn on the additional information, compare the data internally to determine what is the AUROC, for example, and different metrics to see how good the prediction model that it's being built, and then we'll present to the user the most likely include first, and then continue this iteration up to such a point where there's no more reason to continue with the machine learning. So the idea here is not to compete with other machine learning and to prove that the machine learning is the best in the market. I believe that ours is fairly good and maybe even better than most. But the idea here is to help the end user expedite their project and save their time and reduce waste. So that's the principle that I was working on. Now, my background comes from mortgage automation. If you ever financed your house or your apartment, you know how much information you have to provide and the realms of paper. At least here in the United States, it sometimes tap 500 pages just to apply for a mortgage. That is a tremendous manual work. And we use machine learning extensively to go ahead and to reduce, especially during the pandemic when there was a big housing boom here in the United States. I took all the knowledge that I have, all the practical knowledge that I have, so remove some of the theories out of it and implement it into Picoportal specifically to help researchers, because the explosion, it was very similar to the housing market, the explosion of literatures and studies during the pandemic was skyrocketing exponentially. And I felt that the research community deserved a tool that will make their life much simpler and will allow them to move very quickly with their research. Hopefully I answered your question.
You did partially, Eitan, because the systems that I was talking about weren't theoretical systems, but they were working systems that have been working already for multiple years, where people have performed systematic reviews. So for me, it's actually exactly what you're referring to, is the evaluation in practice. So how do these applications work in practice? I mean, and we have seen very little, going beyond the case studies to see how exactly they work and how they compare amongst each other. So that's where I was really wondering on your system. The other thing is that I think we would like to go to the questions in the chat first. So I would like to give the word to Lisa.
Thanks. We have two questions from Hans. How unambiguous should inclusion and exclusion criteria be to work in Picoportal?
How what? I'm sorry.
How unambiguous should inclusion and exclusion criteria be to work in Picoportal?
So Picoportal, I'm not quite clear about the question, but Picoportal is not an opinionated system. So is it referring to machine learning or in general? In general, even though it's called Picoportal, the user can set up their exclusion criteria any way that they want to, and they and also have a web page which will help their reviewers see what are the inclusion and exclusion criteria based on what they set up. So again, to reduce communication, everything is visible to the end user, because from what I realize, this is systematic review and other reviews are done in a very distributed environment. But from machine learning perspective, we really don't care. Because we're doing active learning, every project is treated like the system never knew what was done before, and it learns on the new data. Eventually, as we collect more and more information, if we, again, focus on machine learning, we'll be able to do at least prediction on population. Specifically, if we see that there are studies on pregnant women and it's coming over and over again, we'll be able to take all the included articles on pregnant women and build a pre-trained model that will distinguish pregnant women from other type of population, as an example. But for now, the system starts from a blank sheet. It runs its machine learning prediction, and then it's determined whether the model is stable enough to start presenting the information to the end user. The second question?
Would Picoportal be able to support the production of a systematic review within 2 weeks?
People did it in 1 day. I mean, I've seen people from Europe. I mean, I live in New York in the United States. I wake up in the morning, I see that someone created a project. I mean, especially if it's a small project of a few hundred citations, dual review. By the time I'm waking up, they already completed their screening citation. I mean, people run in a rate of, compared to traditional system, or traditional metrics of about 60 citations per hour, with Picoportal, just because of the highlighted and the natural language processing, people run sometimes at the rate of 200 citations per hour. So they can finish the citations within an hour or 2 hours, and then move into full text review. And since we identify the link to the full text review and download the full text review to Picoportal automatically, they can also be done with the full text review. So I would say absolutely within that time frame.
Thank you, Eitan. Now I think we need to go on because otherwise we are in a time limit. I think we'll go to our next speakers for the poster presentation. So thanks, Eitan, for your talk. And people who are interested in the tool or looking around at the tool know where to go to.
Thank you.
So I would like to go to Joanne Den Bostel. Hopefully I'm pronouncing it correctly. For the first poster presentation on barriers. No, it's not. It's Stuart McLennan, sorry, on barriers and facilitators for evidence-based investigator initiative clinical trials.
Hi, this is Stuart McLennan. I'd like to present briefly the results of our qualitative study. So new clinical research requires a systematic assessment of the existing evidence, but this is often lacking, and research on the barriers and facilitators for a systematic approach is currently limited. So the aim of our project was to examine the practices and attitudes of Swiss stakeholders and international funders regarding conducting systematic evidence assessments in academic clinical trials. So we conducted qualitative interviews with a total of 57 people. 48 of those participants came from Switzerland, and 9 were international funders with a reputation of taking a systematic approach. So findings in terms of the current practice, we found that most Swiss investigators are currently not systematically reviewing existing evidence, and it was estimated that this would only happen in about 10 to 30% of trials. In contrast, international funders had a very clear expectation that academic clinical trial proposals included some form of systematic evidence assessment. However, there was large variations in terms of the types of evidence assessment required and when it is required. In terms of barriers, Swiss participants identified three main groups. Firstly, around investigator perceptions. Many had the view that they were experts in the field and already knew the relevant research. The view that their study is very innovative, so there was limited evidence available. And some had the belief that an evidence-based approach could be achieved without a formal systematic review. Some also identified a number of practical challenges, including perceiving systematic reviews to be very time-consuming, a lack of specific funds, insufficient personnel with the right expertise, and a lack of awareness and knowledge by investigators and funding panels. Participants also reported that funders of academic clinical trials and also ethics committees in Switzerland are currently not requiring systematic reviews, and how the existing research is reviewed is left up to investigators. In contrast, international funders did not perceive any substantial barriers. Investigators were seen to have sufficient awareness and knowledge and generally accepted the funders' expectations regarding evidence assessment. However, they also identified the practical challenges of time and resources as the main practical barriers for formal systematic reviews. So in terms of facilitators, many Swiss participants felt that the best way to facilitate systematic evidence assessments was for funders to make it mandatory. However, they also acknowledged that any such requirement would need to be combined with better support from academic institutions and associated clinical support organizations. In contrast, a number of international funders highlighted how evidence assessment communities have become firmly established in their country, which had been very important for promoting a systematic approach. Moving forward, some felt that it would be helpful to provide investigators with more explicit requirements to clarify the level of comprehensiveness expected for each clinical trial. So in conclusion, as far as we're aware, this is the first qualitative study conducted on this issue. It found general agreement that new clinical trials should be justified by a systematic evidence assessment, but there was large variation in terms of expected comprehensiveness and transparency of evidence assessments. Formal systematic reviews are currently not expected and not conducted before most academic clinical trials at the moment, but most international funders expect a systematic search for the existing evidence. I think the results also showed that the Swiss research ecosystem is not as supportive of a systematic approach compared to many of the international settings that were included in our study. So moving forward towards a more evidence-based research approach in academic clinical trials, this requires a number of changes. In Switzerland, we would think that Swiss funders need to raise the requirement for this. There needs to be more explicit requirements and more capacity building around training. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stuart. And I believe there's some questions in the chat. So Lisa, up to you.
There are two from Hans. Very interesting studies. Any links for a paper or protocol?
Thanks, Hans. The manuscript's currently under review at JAMA Network Open. The project was a part of a bigger project. We've already published an article from the first part focusing on funding acquisition and cost management. That's been published in JAMA Network Open. That was just with the Swiss stakeholders. We then added at the beginning of this year, the international funders with the reputation for taking a systematic approach, and spoke to them as well. And yeah, as I said, that manuscript's currently under review. So who knows? Hopefully not too much longer. In terms of you ask also, can you elaborate on the explicit requirements? I think a lot of particularly in Switzerland, it was largely completely left open to investigators in terms of what they provide, and it was left up to the reviewers to kind of give their opinion, is this sufficient or not? And while the international funders, it very much depended if, the funders of very large academic trials, they had very clear expectations of a formal systematic review, while the funders of more smaller clinical earlier stage trials, they most of them had a clear expectation that some kind of evidence assessment was provided. They would often require kind of in their online platform, kind of, what search terms did you use, what databases did you search, kind of a systematic search. But it was it kind of came out of the interviews that there was agreement that it might be helpful to be a bit clearer about what type of evidence assessment is required for what type of clinical trial. And there was kind of a need for maybe more research on the advantages and disadvantages, for instance, between a rapid review compared to a formal systematic review. So that was the kind of a bit more fine-grained kind of requirements around that was seen to be helpful, I think.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You're still muted, Rene.
Classical error. Sorry about that. So our next speaker will be Joanne Dumbostal, Making Science Computable.
Hi, I'm Joanne Dane-Bostel, here to talk to you about making science computable. I'm a member of the COVID-19 Knowledge Accelerator and also an employee of Computable Publishing, LLC. As the title of my talk suggests, we're developing software tools to facilitate a systematic meta-review of steroid therapy for COVID-19. The creation of systematic reviews is a resource-intensive process. Much of the work is still being done manually, and there's a lot of duplication of effort. We're introducing software tools to make this more efficient, keeping in mind the FAIR principles. To put this into context, many of you are probably familiar with HL7, which is an international standards development organization that has been focused on standards for healthcare data exchange. One of the developments that has made this possible is the introduction of Fast Healthcare Interoperability Resources, or FHIR. FHIR resources are packets of information in a standard format that can be passed from one software application to another. In 2018, the EBM on FHIR project was started to extend data exchange of FHIR resources to scientific evidence, research findings, and clinical guidance to build a new way of communicating scientific information beyond healthcare data. When the COVID-19 pandemic started, the COVID-19 Knowledge Accelerator, or COCA, was born. It's a massive acceleration of the EBM on FHIR project to extend the FHIR standard to the expression of scientific evidence. One of COCA's work groups is dedicated to producing a systematic meta-review about the use of steroids to treat COVID-19. You can see our full protocol at Prospero, and the number is on the slide. So what is a systematic meta-review? Let's just say it's a review of systematic reviews that looks at the consistency of findings across the systematic reviews. Though we chose a relevant and important topic for the review, the main element of our study is that we're developing new software methods. Our end goal is to make the process easier and to make it efficient for updating and dissemination. We're following the same steps normally used to produce a systematic review, but at each step we're looking to either find existing software tools or building our own tools where they're needed. We used existing methods to search 9 different databases. You can see the search strategy in our Prospero protocol. These files, with a total of 1,367 records, were imported into a software tool that we found called Picoportal. The Picoportal platform allowed us to upload all of this data, sorted the data into bins, and helped us to exclude 667 of these records as duplicates, leaving 700 records for abstract review. Article selection at both the abstract and full text levels were also done on Picoportal, which provided features to make selection easier, including artificial intelligence-enabled highlighting. The rest of our efforts have been focused on software tools created on the fever.net website by Computable Publishing. FEVER stands for Fast Evidence Interoperability Resources. The slide shows a screenshot of the FEVER platform, and each button on the left represents a different software tool developed to guide the user to create resources to represent scientific evidence. I'm going to limit this discussion to just one of these tools, but I highly recommend that you visit fever.net yourself to check out some of the other software tools on the platform. I will demonstrate the Group Builder tool. When creating a systematic review, you need to define the population included or excluded in the study. This is the P in PICO. The Group Builder allows you to do this by entering the data without using JSON. If you've ever tried to write this in JSON, you will appreciate that there are no square brackets or curly braces anywhere in this interface. If you click on the Group Builder button, you'll see the screen on the upper left. By simply filling in the name of your resource, the type of group, which is usually a person, not actual because this is the intended population, and publish to make the resource available to anyone who visits the site. And then click on the green Submit button to get to the next screen shown in the lower right, where you will be in edit mode. Here you can enter the inclusion and exclusion criteria, and many common characteristics are included in pick lists and even have built-in codes for some common choices. So here I don't have to look up a SNOMED code for COVID-19. You can keep going and add other characteristics like age or severity of illness, and then reuse this group resource anytime you want to describe that same population. Now, if you want, you can open the JSON tab at the top of the screen and view the JSON you created. This is optional. You can also manipulate the JSON if you wish, but all can be done without any coding. So here's the JSON created by that group resource. That's all we have time for. If you're interested in participating, I've included links and email addresses to contact us. This effort is open to anyone who would like to participate. Resources on the fever.net website are free for use for COVID-19. You just need to sign in to create a resource. Thank you for your attention. I look forward to answering any questions you might have.
Thank you, Joanne, for your presentation. Always very important if we start developing information that they can talk to each other. So for that reason, oh, there you are. For that reason, I think it's very valuable research that goes into this and how well it works in practice and how to make it easier for us non-computable people. So are there any questions from the chat on this one, Lisa? Or is this very clear and people just want to use it?
No, there aren't, but if you have any questions.
No, at this moment in time, I think this is a very good piece of information to know about. I mean, you're currently undergoing evaluations within the context of the COVID-19, of the whole process, I believe, Joanne. This is Brian Alper's final project, isn't it?
Yes, I am working with Brian Alper.
Yeah.
And we have 5 different builder tools on this platform that we are kind of building the plane as we're flying it, so to speak. So we started a systematic meta review, and we're building the tools that we need to complete the systematic meta review as we're going along. So step by step, we have several different tools that you can investigate on the fever.net platform, and it's spelled FEVIR, just so it's easy to misspell. But we're working toward being able to create interoperable FHIR resources for scientific evidence.
Well, Mersiha is very, very grateful for the work that you're doing, Joanne. So as a clinician.
Okay, thank you.
So.
Are there any questions?
That was the only thing, is just praise, Joanne.
Okay, well,
so sorry about
we'll
that. Take it. So I think that gives us a good opportunity to move
Rene, you're muted again.
Yeah, I was trying to think out loud who the next guest is going to be, because I thought there was someone between Joanne and Andre as depicted in the program. So I need to see who is going to be next in the presentation.
Hi, Rene. I think it's Andre that is next.
It's Andre in the next one. That's great. Thank you, Tyler. So Andre, here you go.
Hello, my name is Andre Suarez. This presentation introduces the EBM on FIRE project, which is making evidence from clinical studies interoperable and computable using the FIRE standard. Since 2018, the EBM on FIRE project has been extending the FIRE standard to support data exchange of biometric evidence in a machine-readable and executable format. FIRE stands for Fast Healthcare Interoperability Resources. It is a set of building blocks to represent patient health data in a standard format. The EBM on FIRE project has extended FIRE to include evidence and evidence variable resources, and most recently, the COVID-19 Knowledge Accelerator project, also known as Cobit, has developed additional FIRE resources for representing evidence report and citation. This is an overview of the computable evidence transformation, where study results are extracted and transformed from different sources such as published study reports, gray literature, and literature database, and stored as machine-readable evidence in an interoperable standard format using FIRE. This source can then be used by a variety of evidence users. This slide shows a high-level view of the data elements for the evidence, the citation, the evidence variable, and the evidence report. Here's a more detailed view of the evidence resource. The evidence resource allows expression of the components of a Pico question in a codable and reusable format. It contains a set of elements to represent information about the evidence, such as status, synthesis type, study type, statistic, and certainty. The FIRE data elements have cardinality to indicate whether they are required, and types to represent what type of information can be stored by the elements. Some items, such as status, use values from a predefined list of codes from a code system. For example, the status can have the values draft, active, retired, or unknown. In FIRE, some elements are backbone elements containing sub-items. For example, the statistic element is represented by a set of elements as shown here. These elements are used to represent the statistic of evidence. In this example, FIRE is representing the statistic of a odds ratio with 1.27 and credible interval of 95%. This FIRE resource can be created and visualized using the Fever platform. It has builder, viewer, and converter tools, and a list of FIRE resources. Please visit fever.net to learn more. In this example, we can see parts of the evidence resource in a human readable format on the left and a computable readable format on the right. The intended population is represented by a group resource that contains inclusion and exclusion criteria. Then the group resource contains the specific representation of the inclusion and exclusion criteria. In this example, it includes hospital admission and disease caused by SARS, and excludes life-threatening severity. These characteristics are mapped to specific SNOMED codes. The evidence also has elements to represent the certainty of an evidence. In this case, members of the COCA project evaluated the certainty and quality of the evidence in a multi-participant collaboration of a post-publication review. This example shows that selection bias was categorized and represented with the code no concern by 3 raters. COCA has several working groups focused on different aspects of computable evidence. Anyone can join them. Here's a tiny URL link to visit the COCA webpage and the current list of our weekly meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Andre, for this. This again is about how to make our data more interoperable. Let's turn man in machines and machines into man, so that we both can understand each other. So very valuable work, although sometimes people can view it as not being very exciting. Without this kind of work, we will never be able to implement generalized tasks. So the question for me here is, I've got 2. So the one is, do you have a specific set of ontologies that you are running within FHIR to inform some of the basic concepts? I saw SNOMED in there, but do you make use of others as well? And is this also going to go into something of a RDS kind of format? So there's graph representation of the certain items, so that we can go even further than this.
Well, let's get the first question. First, yes, FHIR has several terminologies that can be used. There's no matter ARCs nor ICDs, and that's available for the FHIR system. And also, we, the COCA group and the EBM on FHIR, has created over 40 specific code systems that are used to support the representation of data, the evidence data.
And is that, and what you have developed is also comparable to what other people have been using within the evidence synthesis environment, or is this just very bespoke to your procedures?
No, that's the general. The group is working on the scientific evidence code system that includes terminologies for risk of bias, study design, and statistical concepts. And we have the group is working on that, and the full protocol is published on the Open Science framework that is generating this master list of code systems.
Okay, thanks. See, Brian is also very active in the answering questions. Welcome,
Yeah.
Brian. I think we would like, I don't have any additional questions, and I haven't seen anyone in the chat who have very specific questions either. So I would like us to move on. So not having any questions, Andre, doesn't mean people don't find it interesting. Sometimes
right.
Sometimes it's because people appreciate it, and it's so well presented that there's just no questions.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity to share our work.
Okay. We'll go on to the next presentation, which will be by Małgorzata Bala, completeness of reporting of studies on evidence-based healthcare.
Good afternoon. My name is Małgorzata Bala. I come from Jagiellonian University Medical College in Kraków, Poland, and I have the pleasure to present preliminary results of our study on behalf of our international team, including Tina Poklepowicz-Pericic, Wilein Motaze, Anke Rochwer, Joanna Zając, Maria Franka-Żuliewicz, Nancy Czacic, and Darin Young, coming from Poland, Croatia, South Africa, and Cameroon. I have no conflict of interest in relation to this presentation. The background for this study is coming from our earlier overview of systematic reviews on evidence-based healthcare teaching, in which we observed the inconsistent reporting of studies. This is also drawn upon concept presented at the Global Evidence Summit in 2017, which served as an exploratory pilot study for our study, which was based on e-learning for evidence-based healthcare collaboration review published by Anke, Rochber and co-authors. The aim of our study was to assess whether the completeness of reporting of studies on evidence-based healthcare e-learning intervention using GREET, meaning the Guideline for Reporting Evidence-Based Practice Educational Interventions and Teaching, improved over the past 5 years. The GREET checklist, published in 2016, includes 17 questions. For each question, possible answers are yes, no, unclear. They cover the name of the intervention, why, with theory, learning, objectives, evidence-based practice content, what, meaning materials, educational strategies and incentives, who provided, how it was delivered, where it was delivered, when and how much, planned changes, unplanned changes, and how well it was implemented. Our research strategy and inclusion criteria are based on Canberra Review on Evidence-Based Healthcare e-learning. We searched several databases. We included studies such as RCTs and non-RCTs on healthcare professionals at any level of education, which assessed any type of evidence-based healthcare educational interventions, either pure e-learning or blended learning, compared with no educational intervention or other types of educational interventions on any types of evidence-based healthcare outcomes. We compared studies published before and after May 2016. From previous searches, we have 24 studies. You can see the study flow on the right-hand side, and on the left-hand side, we present the study flow for the update. Since 2016, we started with over 16,000 records imported for screening and ended up with 11 studies which met our inclusion criteria for this study. Here on the slide, you could see the detailed results for the studies published up to May 2016 on the left-hand side, and for the studies published from June 2016 up to now on the right-hand side. For each GREET item, you could see yes responses in blue, no responses in orange, and unclear responses in green. These are numbers of studies with each answer. And as you can see, in both groups of studies, we could see a lot of orange color. So a lot of items were not properly reported. This is especially with regard to the implementation, so how well, and some other details. We compared the compliance with each item of GREET checklist, which you could see on the slide here. These are percentages of studies for which we had answer yes for each GREET item. In blue color, we present the group of studies published up to May 2016, and in red for studies published from June 2016. We could observe some changes in the last 5 years, mainly with regard to item 2, theory, item 3, learning objectives, and item 15, learners' attendance. On the basis of our observations, we conclude that studies assessing evidence-based healthcare e-learning fully reported on their interventions, and the situation has not changed much in the last 5 years. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Małgorzata, for your presentation. Well, the obvious question, let's see, is there a question in the chat before?
Yes, there is one from Hans. The poor results, no improvements. Why?
I guess we can only try to come up with some suggestions why is the process. Otherwise, you would have to study and try to find out why. But in my opinion, there would be not enough spread of the grid checklist. Maybe people are not aware enough what they should present in their article when they assess the evidence-based healthcare intervention.
So, learning from other reporting guidelines, Małgorzata, what would you like to do for a better uptake, a better implementation of this?
I guess as with every other reporting checklist, we should spread the information. I have to admit that I haven't been aware of the grid checklist before I did the overview on the evidence-based healthcare teaching. So, and I'm quite aware of other types of checklists. So I guess that's also the message to people who work in academic education, that once they report the data, they should also pay attention to the reporting guidelines.
So the only thing that I would like to add is, and have your reflection on this, because you're talking about authors. Are authors the only source where you would like to see this implemented, or do you think there's other people that need to be targeted to get a firm base?
Of course, peer reviewers and editors, because they can require the checklist once the article is submitted. Okay. But when we start with the authors, they have a chance to gather that information. Maybe that will be too late when they submit the article.
Sure. Lisa, I think there's
one question left from Janice. I appreciate you mentioning incentives. What incentives were noted?
I'm afraid I can't answer this question right now because it's just one of the several items of grid checklist. So I'm sorry, I can't answer that.
That's fine. Okay, thank you. If there are no other questions, and I don't think there are, I would like to move on to Janice Tufte on patients and caregivers as partners in the evidence-based research generation ecosystem.
Thank you for having me here, EBRIS 2. I'm honored and humbled to present my presentation on patients and caregivers as partners in the evidence-based knowledge generation ecosystem. My name is Janice Tufte. I identify as a patient collaborator in health systems research and evidence. So my aims were to develop questions and to collect EBR experience and activities and identified opportunity gaps from individuals who are evidence research knowledgeable as stakeholders in EBR with patients and caregivers as partners. I sent the survey to 96 individuals, and I developed the survey as a patient partner to hopefully collect some themes around gaps with patient caregiver involvement in evidence work. And I had 21 responses, and out of those 21 responses, some of the comments were common themes: supports, compensation, deeper involvement, relevance, incentives, data privacy, demand, and diversity. And in conclusions, needs EBR ecosystem-wide support for language-appropriate tools, trainings, and incentives to expand patient caregiver involvement, research on trust, trustworthy relationships building, and data and ethics. This is a short survey I developed. You can see I asked one of 4 categories they could identify as: patient, caregiver, patient and caregiver, other stakeholder, and then I asked for further clarification on that later, follow-up. And in the areas of EBR generation ecosystem, I asked them to check as many boxes as they were involved with. One person said they were involved with all areas. And I also asked open-ended questions. So I had a low response rate. I can address that later. So the patient and caregiver group, the cohort that identified first as patient caregiver was the largest that responded, to clinicians, then patient and caregivers, or digital knowledge translation, then caregivers, and evaluator, statistician, quality improvement. And health systems research was another area because some people identified a couple, and that's very understandable. The report areas of evidence involvement. So 19 people responded as a reviewer. Individuals who are involved with health systems research and clinical decision support were at 16 each. Guidelines and measurement came in third with 12 checks. Then it was followed by systematic reviews, quality improvement and implementation, as well as reviews, meta-analysis, followed up by interoperability, digital knowledge translation. So I asked if individuals were interested in learning more, would they be involved with, the EBR generation ecosystem? And 11 said yes, and which I found interesting. I was excited to see. One said no, and the rest were not sure, and some weren't sure what the evidence knowledge ecosystem was. So what are some patient caregiver participation gaps within the evidence-based research generation system in your experience or understanding? And there's a lot of themes here. I don't have time to read them all, but ethics in data and patients and caregivers should be in all processes, all stages to make relevant participation. And training for researchers in how to really incorporate patient and caregiver, response, how to get them involved is needed greatly. And someone commented this is usually done to patients, not with patients. And it's an important opportunity to close this gap with patient and caregivers with tools and support. Health literacy was called out, I feel is very important, and also support tools for co-produce with patients and public. Patients and public as participants in the analysis I found interesting. So this is a word cloud, and it just speaks for itself who was all involved and their thoughts and some common words. In conclusions, evidence-based research takes time to develop. Patients and caregivers need supportive trainings, particular to specific EBR activities. The health system services responses highlighted needs for incentives, more structured onboarding, integration processes for advancing involvement in EBR activities. Most common response themes were on the needs of CDS, clinical decision support, and a few were on advancing interoperability and digital knowledge evidence generation. Ethics, privacy, co-development of learning materials, tools, and incentives were noted as central to patients and caregivers partnering in EBR work. Thank you for having me here today. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Janice. I think there's a question from Hans.
Yes, I think the first one was answered by Janice in the chat. A second question, did the petition states something about the benefit gain of their involvement?
Did the patients say that, or participants overall? Participants overall say they gained something from involvement?
The participants overall.
Oh, yes, it was positive. There really wasn't any negative. That would probably be a good next question, right? Basically, I really realized that I didn't have data for this presentation, so I quickly put together a survey that I developed, and I sent it out in mass email. And I realized that other individuals like myself who don't have an institution working behind them, we have challenges. So if we're working with third world countries and patients and partners, caregivers, that they would face some of the same challenges that I had. But nobody said displeasure. I mean, most people referred to training and supports and also ethics. And that was for both the researchers and the patients. I kind of did not emphasize that enough in the presentation, that people felt that researchers could benefit from training as well.
Maureen?
What do you think is the biggest barrier to involving patients in the ecosystem?
I have really been thinking about this a lot lately, and because I started to realize, really, I know Maureen and I are two individuals that are very deeply involved with evidence. So here in the United States, we have a lot of people involved with research with PCORI, but I have found that, the majority of them are higher educated. And so, we always talk about individuals who have challenges or are marginalized. I don't have a college degree, and I've really learned as I went. But I'm interested and have curiosity. So I think that we really need to draw up some sort of webinar or something together as seasoned individuals, and how we might want to engage individuals who currently aren't involved with evidence. There also isn't compensation in the majority of systematic reviews and guidelines that are developed. And so this is a big issue because individuals are taking their own time. I also added caregivers in here because I feel they're not recognized enough, right? So they have a big role to play. And what I found interesting was that in the people that responded, that patient caregiver cohort together was the largest group.
We have time for one more question.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. From Anthony, would you be able to recommend any training resources for clinicians, researchers like myself, who would like to learn more about improving the involvement of patients and caregivers in research?
This is challenging. So I specifically am not in the area of like clinical trial recruitment. I'm involved with engagement, right? So at all levels. And I do know one, and I can put it in the chat right when I'm done. I have to look it up, that I was involved with a toolkit that came out of PCORnet, out of Oregon, OHSU, and many of us patient partners around the United States, where we all, something somebody talked about yesterday, flexivity, where we, I had suggested we should be asking the researchers if they are learning anything from us, as well as, the standard we get to report back to them every quarter what our experience is. I said we should be doing the same for the researchers. So really there isn't much, but I just want to say yesterday, PCORI came out with a grant funding for RFI for the science of engagement, particularly looking at the evidence. So I could also put that in the chat because I'd love to see something done with that. I did send some people up in Vancouver as well as around the United States. So thank you.
Thank you, Janice. And with the last question being from Anthony Gardner, I think it's more than fitting that we go to his talk and listen to his poster presentation. So.
So hello, my name is Dr. Anthony Gardner. I'm currently a doctor at the St Mary's Hospital in the Isle of Wight in the United Kingdom. I'm here to present our study on the engagement with transparent and open science standards in health sciences and medical journals before the COVID-19 pandemic. This study was done at the Centre of Evidence-Based Medicine at the University of Oxford in 2020, and the second leg of the study is currently being continued. So to introduce the subject, medical advancement relies on robust and transparent research. The ability to evaluate, appraise, and extrapolate the findings from research to clinical practice relies on the transparency of the evidence. And there's a good body of evidence to suggest that journal policies that support open science practices have improved transparency and reproducibility. As journals act as the gatekeepers of what we, scientific community, as well as the public, can access in terms of primary literature, they play an important role in setting the standard for what transparent and open science practices should look like. So in this study, what we did is we extracted the journal policies of the 20 highest rated health and medical sciences journals using the Google Scholar Index, which was done initially. We pre-registered the study on the Open Science Framework, links available on the slide. After extracting the journal policies, we used the top guideline, which I'll discuss in a moment, to score each of the journal policies based on various parameters related to the transparency and openness of a journal policy. The scores were out of a total of 29, and additional points were allocated for journals that used open science badges, registered reports, or were top signatories. In addition, the journals were also scored based on their requirements for disclosing conflicts of interest as outlined by the ICMJE guideline. This was a score out of a total of 4. Scores were done by 2 independent authors, with a third author, in this case Dr. Georgia Richards, resolving any discrepancies that came up, if they did in fact come up. So on the subject of the top guideline, it is something created back in 2015 by the Center of Open Science, or COSS. The top guidelines outlines the 8 standards laid out in this diagram that are used as ways to determine how transparent and open a journal policy is, based on how rigorous the requirements for citation, data transparency, analytic methods including code transparency, research materials transparency, design and analysis transparency, study pre-registration, analysis plans, pre-registration, and replication standards are. So moving on to the results of this study, these are scores out of a total of 29. Here we can see that journals such as Cell, NatMed, Neuron, or Nature Neurosciences and Nature Genetics scored the most points, while the Journal of the American College of Cardiology and the European Heart Journal scored the lowest amount of points. What we found consistently throughout this study is that journals scored highest for certain standards. So they scored highest amount of points, so out of 3, for promoting the transparency of data, design and analysis, and they scored the lowest amount of points for encouraging replication studies and the pre-registration of study protocols and analysis plans. Less than half of the journals included in this study, out of a total of 20, only 9 of them were signatories of the top guideline, and no journals used open science badges. Moving on to the disclosure of interest scoring, most journals scored 4 marks, which is 4 out of 4, for the disclosure of conflict of interest based on the ICMJE guideline. Only 3 journals did not, which is Cell, Neuron, and the Journal of Clinical Oncology. So based on these findings, we conclude that the 20 highest ranking health and medical science journals demonstrated a limited requirement for transparent and open research practices. As they play a key role as the gatekeepers to research, we believe that the policies of these journals should be regularly reviewed to reflect the current need for transparent, open, reproducible, reliable, and replicable research. And as we continue making strides to improving how open and transparent we are as researchers, journals should play an equally important role in encouraging this type of behavior amongst its researchers. We are currently in the middle of doing a second round of this study, now over a year after the COVID-19 pandemic has started, to see the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic on transparency and openness standards in journal policies. So that's it for this presentation. I'd like to open the floor to any questions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Anthony. Open science, a very valuable topic, obviously, especially within the age of FBRES. If we are not aware of the data that is out there, I mean, how can we inform the next generation of research that needs to be conducted? But also, more specifically on this topic within the evidence synthesis ecosystem, if you're only needing part of the data from something that people have used in their evidence synthesis, and that part of data is not available to you, that's also causing problems for you to continue. So all 4, but what would you think would be the most optimal, let's say, enabler for journals to start taking this more seriously as they are doing at the moment?
I think that enablers are already there. I think since the advent of the open science framework and all the repositories we have available to submitting of data and code, I think the infrastructure framework and the incentives are already present. I think it is now firstly about encouraging journals to do so. And I think as journals start seeing other journals doing so, and as it starts becoming a trend amongst medical and health science journals to encourage or require more open science standards and requirements, I'd be hopeful that that would be enough. In reality, I think each time we have conferences like this one or other evidence-based conferences around the world, I'd be hopeful that researchers themselves will also be able to uphold higher standards of research and transparency and pre-register their studies or analysis plans without even being required to do so. So I think as we continue showing greater commitments to open and transparent practices as researchers, hopefully they'll start pushing the conversation further and further along, and hopefully you will see journals reflecting that change as well.
So the one thing that, and correct me if I'm wrong, so what I didn't see in your list of publication was the Wellcome Trust Open Access journal that they have these days. And I would really be interested in how that would fare against these policies, because the Wellcome Trust, through its funding, is also requesting a lot from the open science arena. So it would be very interesting to see how papers published in their open access journal would comply with that, and if we can learn something from that for the interplay between funder, researcher, and journal.
Absolutely, and I think that, I mean, another thing to probably raise here is that how rigorous the standards we saw in journals were is only a partial reflection of the realities of how transparent the journal publications actually are, because we can see a big discrepancy, although we haven't studied this yet. I think this is probably the follow-up study that needs to be done, is to see how rigorous are the standards required by research, by journals, and the resulting standards and quality of the papers are found within these journals, because it is difficult for me to reliably ascertain whether there's a positive relationship between those two standards. But I think that's something worth doing as a follow-up onto this.
Definitely, and I can remember, and I'm trying to locate it now on PubMed, by colleagues of mine who did a research where they tried to replicate the meta-analysis in published systematic reviews and to see how easy it was for them to get the original data. And that was very difficult for them. So even if a journal says it's open science, I mean, if you dive a little bit deeper, it becomes, so you need to be careful that it's not just words, but it's also practice.
I wholeheartedly agree.
Hans, any ideas? Because this is highly relevant for the whole of FBRES. So please join.
Will do, thank you. I see there's a question here from Hans about a paper or protocol. I'll happily submit our protocol, which is within the open science framework, into the text below. We're currently just doing the second round of this study to see whether the COVID pandemic has had a positive or negative influence on the requirements for open and transparent research practices amongst these same journals. And we're expecting for that to be submitted to editors within the next month. So I'd be hopeful they'll be available for everyone to read shortly. However, maybe not to embrace optimism too much, I'll happily submit to the protocols and the open science framework pre-registration in the interim.
Thanks for good work. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time. Any other questions? I'd be more happy to answer.
I just put the link to the article in the chat box, Anthony. So
have a look as well. Thank you kindly.
I think this concludes our session, Lisa. So we would like to thank everyone who participated in this session and for their contributions and for the contributions in the chat as well to keep this alive and going. We will have a break until, and I need to look at the, so until
2:30. Yeah, 2:30. Yeah.
So everyone have a great extended lunch or coffee or an early coffee break, and we will all see you back later today.
Hello, everyone. I think we are ready to continue. So my name is Tina Poklepović-Peričić. I'm co-director of Cochrane Croatia. We are based at the University of Split School of Medicine, and I'm an FBRES member. It's great to see this many wonderful people on board and how well the conference has been moving over the past 2 days. And it's a true privilege to be part of this great event. So today, here with me is a dear colleague from Poland, Victoria Lesniak. She's based at the Jagiellonian University Medical College in Krakow and is a member of Cochrane Poland, and she will be co-chairing this session with me. Victoria? Before we have Victoria with us, I would just like to raise your attention to the questions in the chat box. So we will have time after each presentation to answer those.
Sorry for the delay, but I wasn't connected. It's my great pleasure to welcome you. Thank you, Tina, for nice presentation. And one more comment, if you ask questions in the chat box, please indicate which presenter the question is intended for, because the question and answer part will be after both presentations. Thank you.
Thank you, Victoria. The name of the session is Evidence Ecosystem and Evidence-Based Research, Synthesis of Knowledge. So to continue this very interesting round of sessions, we have more stellar speakers with us. First, I would like to introduce and announce Gabriel Rada, the lead of Cochrane Chile and founder and chairman of Epistemonikos. Gabriel will talk about access to and availability of evidence synthesis. Gabriel, thank you for being here with us today, and over to you now.
Thanks, Tina. Thanks, Victoria, for the opportunity. Thanks to the organizers for the opportunity to be here and to chair this very interesting event for a very relevant topic. I will share my screen. We will start directly with the presentation that I was asked for. That is probably one of the topics I've been working on for many years as part of the Epistemonikos Foundation. So it's great to show it here and to discuss with you about this. Very briefly, declaration of conflict of interest. We don't have any financial conflict of interest with this topic, but of course we have developed many of the products that I'm going to discuss, or the resources. So this is an obvious academic conflict of interest with some of the resources that we will discuss. Epistemonikos Foundation is a nonprofit based in Chile, and our mission is to bring scientific evidence closer to everyone making decisions in health. And all of the resources are describing one of these three web addresses, epistemonikos.cl. The most difficult part is to spell epistemonikos, but if you don't spell it right, there is nothing similar in the web, so Google is going to redirect you to the right place. The database of systematic reviews, which is one of the resources that we will discuss today, is epistemonikos.org. And the last platform, Living Overview of Evidence, is iloveevidence.com. So that one is easier to remember. So, well, probably all of you know that systematic reviews are relevant. Some of the reasons why systematic reviews and other types of evidence synthesis have been so important in health decisions in the last years is because they are very useful to make health decisions, are a key source of information for policymaking, the staple of practice guidelines. All of these are quotes from different articles discussing the role of systematic reviews, the main input for textbooks and point-of-care tools, the most effective way to prioritize research, and to reduce waste in evidence production. That is something that we will discuss later. So systematic reviews and evidence synthesis are very relevant. This seminar, of course, addressed that. This process is very well known, but basically has been one of the main issues with evidence synthesis, independent of the type of evidence synthesis we are discussing, is sifting through a large number of articles or records, and through a process arrive to a body of evidence, or in the case of systematic reviews, to a meta-analysis. So, of course, it's much more complex, but the basic concept behind systematic reviews is, and evidence synthesis is the same. One of the main problems is that the information in general, the data and the publications have been growing very fast. Some estimations is that publications grow 10% per year. Data is doubling every 2 years, so probably publications only reflect a small fraction of all the data that is being produced, and it's likely that in the last years, and particularly in the COVID-19 pandemic, these numbers have increased even more steeply than in the previous years. So the information is becoming impossible to manage. Some journalists have called this a tsunami of research. And of course, if you have a tsunami of research, that's also impacting in the review process and brings many challenges. But even though the challenges are very large, very important, their reviews and the evidence synthesis in general are becoming more and more available. So the main topic of this presentation is, where do I find systematic reviews and other types of evidence synthesis, how to access them? And one of the main problems that we identified in the past is that there was not a single source that provides all the relevant systematic reviews. And on the other hand, clinicians and other decision makers lack the skills to search in biomedical database. So you have two problems. One is that the way of searching for systematic reviews was too complex for the end user. And the other one is that the systematic reviews were scattered across many different sources. And in the last years, the problem of having too many systematic reviews has complicated things more and more. There is a very well-known article that is still cited in terms of reflecting the status of research in general, the overload of articles, but that also covers systematic reviews. And the title is 75 trials a day and 11 systematic reviews, how we will ever keep up. And this article is based on data from 2007. So we have almost 15 years after this article. And last year, 2 years ago, last year we published the results of Epistemonikos database, our database of systematic reviews. And we have also data coming from that process. I will focus on this database in the next slides, but we also have some numbers that come from this process, and I will explain later. But basically, the process that we have set to build this database is going to different sources of systematic reviews, bring it to a unique database, that is Epistemonikos database, and we develop some artificial intelligence and a network of people that is also working in parallel. And this paper calculates the accuracy of the database to detect systematic reviews and against a gold standard. And we found that the sensitivity of the machine learning process was around over 95%. And as some of the records are manually validated and only a fraction is only addressed by the machine, the final result is that the database should have 3% false negative, so a sensitivity or comprehensiveness or recall of around 97% based on the data that we use for this article. And what about the numbers? So in the Bastian, Hilda Bastian paper with data from 2007, they say that we had 11 systematic reviews per day. Epistemonikos database has, for that period, the same period that that paper addressed 17 per day. It's very similar, probably slightly different because we are screening more sources. It's a more comprehensive approach, but eventually there might be differences in this definition of systematic reviews or inclusion of other type of evidence synthesis. So there might be some methodological difference, but basically we had between 10 and 20 systematic reviews at that point. And in 2019, we detected 35,000 reviews. That is over 100 per day. So that's a huge increase, almost 10 times increase in this period of a little bit more than 10 years. And that, of course, has many practical consequences. So that's probably the number for 2019. We also checked the sensitivity of epistemonicus to identify systematic reviews using a different approach. In this case, we took a sample of overviews of reviews and used all those systematic reviews included in the overview as the reference standard or the gold standard. And in that case, we identified that more than 90% of the systematic reviews that were captured in an overview of reviews were in epistemonicus data, so sensitivity or comprehensiveness of 90%. This is based on data that is a little bit older in comparison with the other articles, so we should expect a better sensitivity now. But this figure here is very interesting because we realized that for many reviews the sensitivity was 100%, but there were some for a specific topic, many of them in Chinese related or Chinese relevant topics like acupuncture or Chinese medicine, where we had very low sensitivity. So there were differences between different review questions or review topics. For most of these systematic reviews, the sensitivity was 100%. However, with COVID-19, everything changed, or many things changed. And one way of putting that is COVID-19 research is evidence on steroids. So all the challenges, all the problems that we had, all the difficulties in putting all the research into a single place or to process that evidence became much more complex, in part because of the massive production of research, including evidence synthesis, and one very important player that is the preprint servers that become, even though they were very well developed before the pandemic, after that they become much more relevant, and now most researchers or users are considering preprint articles almost similarly to a journal article. So they become part of this evidence ecosystem very quickly. For the COVID-19 specifically, we adapted the Living Overview of Evidence platform, which is a classification platform that organizes the information in epistemonicus into different topics. But we also complemented with a different repository where we have all the articles about COVID-19. So we have one large repository with all type of articles about COVID-19. We included more sources and included more articles in general to this process. I will not enter into the details of COVID-19, but basically I want to show you how many systematic reviews and evidence synthesis we have captured in this area. So this is a screenshot from COVID-19 Living Overview of Evidence, and you can see that we have more than 7,000 systematic reviews already published or released in preprint servers or other sources for COVID-19, and more than 4,000 broad synthesis, which is an umbrella term that we use for other type of evidence synthesis that are broader than systematic reviews. So overviews of reviews, scoping reviews, evidence maps, and others. And if you look at the general graph of epistemonicos, we have a very sharp increase between after 2019. So we are now in more than we identified more than 50,000 reviews in 2020. So that's 150 reviews per day. And in this year, probably we will have a number that is substantially higher than 50,000 reviews per year. So this increase has several explanations. One is COVID-19, but it's not the only explanation. It might be that preprint servers are becoming relevant in other areas too, and that is increasing the numbers. And there might be other technical reasons because we have added more sources and we have made more improvements to the database, so maybe we are capturing some reviews that we were not capturing in the past. But probably it's a combination of all those factors. And if we analyze all these reviews in the different questions, there is a lot of overlap. And with a team of researchers, we did an exercise of taking all the systematic review into one specific topic in COVID-19. We look at all these studies included in those reviews, and we also conducted our own search and screening to identify studies relevant for this topic. And what we found is that here in the rows you have the reviews, in the columns you have the studies, the gray squares are studies included in a review, and well, you have here the searches, and this icon is an article that was missed because of the search of the review, and this one is, sorry, it's the opposite. This clock is because the article was published after the review, and this is because other reasons, most of them because the search of the review was before the article was published. So it can be the search date of the review or the publication date of the review. And what we found is that in 25 systematic reviews that included 17 primary studies overall, there were only 6 of their 25 reviews identified that were in Prospero, and the number of studies identified in each review ranged from 1 to 9. Our search found 11 studies that were not identified by any of the reviews. So you can see that taking all the reviews together, they were not able to find all of the eligible studies. The best or the more comprehensive review had only 9 of 28 articles. So a massive problem with the capacity of the reviews of portraying a complete overview of the existing literature. Well, in our analysis, we found that 4 studies were probably missed during the review process, and others were published after their search. So that's where the reasons why these reviews are missing the studies. So as I said before, the explanation why we are in this overabundance of reviews in 150 per day, in part is the massive production of COVID-19 research. It's also the preprint servers, and there might be some reviews captured by the technology improvements in epistemonicos. A short comment about other types of evidence synthesis. This is the number of broad synthesis, this umbrella term that we use for other types of evidence synthesis, broader than a systematic review. In 1 year, in 2019, we had 1,000 broad synthesis against 36,000 systematic reviews. And in COVID-19, we are seeing more than 4,000 broad synthesis. So there's also a massive explosion of other types of evidence synthesis We don't have all the numbers, and we're working on that now to capture the details why this is happening and which type of evidence synthesis different from systematic reviews are being published. But it's very, very interesting to see these numbers, like an indication that the other types of evidence synthesis are growing very fast. So to summarize, I think the good news is that evidence synthesis field is growing strong. We think that Epistemonikos database is a comprehensive source. We think it can be called reasonably a one-stop shop for reviews. It's more comprehensive than running reviews or searching for reviews in the traditional way. So, and we think it's the more sensitive or more comprehensive source at this point. Very briefly, but there are bad news too. So there is something that is not good in the evidence synthesis world. So having too many evidence synthesis can be seen as a good thing because it's a growing field, but also has another side that is not as good news. So the bad news, as probably many of you have seen, is that to put it in the words of Ioannidis, there is a mass production of redundant, misleading, and conflicted systematic reviews and meta-analysis. And in the editorial of this article, summarizing many of the issues with evidence synthesis, the title is very, very persuasive. It's mass production of systematic reviews and meta-analysis, an exercise in mega silliness. So there are problems with evidence synthesis, and these problems have to do with many things, but I think there are two that are very relevant: the poor quality of the reviews, and then many reviews are out of date. So if you take quality of reviews overall, there are many publications, but most of them show that the quality is very poor. So in all the domains and using different scales, there are substantial limitations in the quality of systematic reviews. If you look at rapid reviews, the problem is much worse. Of course, rapid reviews have the advantage of being produced more rapidly, but the quality is poorer. And if you look at some differences in reviews in the area of COVID-19, you can see that the issue with quality is very prominent and might be even worse than with reviews overall. But you have a small fraction, in this case, the Cochrane reviews, that seems to be better quality. But unfortunately, this is a very small fraction of all the reviews that you need to support decision makers. In this sample, there were only 9 Cochrane reviews during the more than a year of pandemic, so a very, very small number. And one interesting point here is that the quality was similar between medRxiv, one of the more popular preprint servers, and PubMed, or most of them journal articles. So one interesting issue, there were no differences in quality, but the quality in general it's very poor for most of the reviews. And you have also the problem of currency. There is a classic article showing the survival of systematic reviews that showed that most reviews were out of date after 2 years. Probably this issue is much worse now, and there are some researchers that have tested the same hypothesis and have shown that the survival, depending on the area, but probably is much worse than this. And if you look at Cochrane reviews, these high quality reviews or higher quality reviews, unfortunately they are massively out of date. This is the year since the last update in a large sample of reviews, and most reviews are massively out of date. And in the case of COVID-19, even though the time frame is much shorter, we are seeing the same thing. So the reviews are not being able to capture all the evidence that is being produced. So if you put these two these two attributes in a graph, you can see that you have quality and currency that compete. It's difficult to have all of them. You have Cochrane reviews with high quality but low currency, rapid reviews in the opposite side, and the average systematic review more or less here, low quality and low currency. This is the graph from Ioannidis. He, after a lot of several exercises that can be debatable, but he arrived to a number that only 3% of the reviews are decent and clinically useful. So it's a very low number. But during the pandemic, we have also seen some examples of reviews that incorporate many advancements or new approaches in evidence synthesis. So I want to show only 3 examples. There are not too many, but probably I'm missing some. But these 3 examples, the Cobit network meta-analysis led by Cochrane France, a group in Paris led by Isabelle Boutron. They are producing the Cobit network meta-analysis with a large international collaborative network. One in the BMJ also it's been published a suite of leading network meta-analysis. There are 3 now about pharmacological treatment of COVID-19, SARS-CoV-2 antibodies and other cell therapies, and preventive therapies. And it's also based on a large international team. And the Pan American Health Organization is also producing an ongoing living update of COVID-19 therapeutic options using several technologies and publishing directly to the web. So these 3 projects can be called exemplary reviews that are showing the advantages of the new approaches that require, of course, a substantial effort at the beginning, but that can pay off very, very quickly. So I think now we have also some examples of evidence synthesis that can be high quality and be current at the same time. And last but not least, I think one of the main challenges in the future is going to be separate the wheat from the chaff. So how do you capture the good reviews, the current reviews, the high quality reviews, or the better reviews using some way of classifying that when you have so many? So one of the problems is identifying the right reviews or the best reviews when you have a growing number of evidence synthesis. One example of this approach is the inventory of the COVID-19 network, a very interesting example in COVID-19. And we are also working in the LAV platform in a system to not only show all the reviews, but also recommend based on 4 criteria. We call it the 4 Cs. That's basically credibility or quality, comprehensiveness, currency, and clarity, and try to recommend based on those criteria. Many of the concepts behind this platform map and way of organizing the evidence is summarized in this paper. So I recommend it if you want to dig deeper on this. And the conclusions are that evidence synthesis are growing quickly. It's easy now to access evidence synthesis in Epistemonica's database. In general, for evidence synthesis, one of the main issues is that we need to improve quality and currency. Probably the new methods or the new approaches are going to be very important on that. And we also need maps and systems to select best evidence synthesis. So there are too many now, and we need to find a way to bring the best evidence synthesis to the end user. This is a quote from Einstein that reflects very well what we feel in Epistemonikos Foundation and what is behind all the things that we develop. Computers are incredibly fast, accurate, and stupid. Human beings are incredibly slow, inaccurate, and brilliant. Together, they are powerful beyond imagination. So the challenges that we are facing now probably need the best human effort and the best technology combined to produce the better result. Thank you.
Thank you, Gabriel, very much. You've given us a lot of thought. This is very interesting, very relevant, a little bit disturbing and challenging, bringing new ideas on how to approach this, this really nice metaphor you mentioned, the tsunami of systematic research. Is it us humans who just like to overproduce things? So first we started with primary research and now this. So Hilda was right. And just one question before we continue with our next speaker. So how will we ever keep up? Do you have any ideas in your mind following all your experience with systematic reviews and other research? Is it artificial intelligence? Will they save us?
Well, I think it's the combination. So it's technology and humans working together, and using artificial intelligence is one part, but you need to use it in the right way. So it's using it as a complement to the human work instead of trying to replace humans. For instance, what we do is I'll try to summarize it briefly, but we have different robots or software that work in parallel, and we have discrepancies between them, and we have an arbiter or someone solving the discrepancies between the artificial intelligence. So we are using the technology, but in the same way that we treat human data, and that allows us to understand, to work systematically in building all these systems. So I think the systematicity of the evidence synthesis field is probably the key to make progress in this area. So I think although the insight that we have from being systematic, apply rigorous methods, can also be translated to all these issues.
Exactly. Thank you very much. Very interesting. We will now move forward with our session, and then at the end we'll come back to questions. Our next speaker is Guy Safnat from the Macquarie University in Sydney, Australia, and he has also a nice presentation that goes very well after Gabriel's talk, and he will talk about more efficient production, updating, and dissemination of evidence synthesis. Also very actual and relevant topic. Guy, thank you very much for joining us today, and please take over. The floor is yours.
Good day, everyone. Thank you for tuning in. My name is Guy Safnat, and today I want to talk to you about what is arguably the most important problem on the road to automation of systematic review production. But first, and by way of further introduction, I'd like to declare that this presentation represents work that my colleagues and I have developed over several years. Some of these have been published in the scientific literature and are embodied in the International Collaboration for the Automation of Systematic Reviews, which I helped found. In order to disseminate these ideas more broadly, I have pursued a commercial route by launching a private and for-profit company called Evidently Proprietary Limited, which licenses technology that my team and I developed at Macquarie University. As a major shareholder and director in Evidently, I stand to profit financially, although indirectly, from this presentation. The promise of automatic systematic reviews, in no particular order, are to reduce waste, both by making systematic reviews that adhere to a high standard of publication and that don't unnecessarily repeat previous studies. to increase the number and variety of topics that are being summarized by systematic reviews, by making reviewing more accessible to a bigger number of reviewers, answering a variety of questions. To reduce the number and complexity of skills that are prerequisite to conducting a good systematic review, so that reviewers can start reviewing faster than they otherwise would. And finally, to increase the timeliness with which evidence gets to the hands of practitioners. This includes shortening the time it takes to conduct and disseminate a review, but also the time it takes to update a review. These goals are, of course, not independent from each other. If we reduce waste, we increase the overall number of high-quality reviews that are produced and therefore also the number of topics covered. If reviews require less skills, we increase the number of reviewers that can work on a review and therefore accelerate the process. It is a bit more complicated when we also want to do all this without sacrificing quality, but we can manage that. So let's look at how this is done in practice. Today, the general approach to automating the production of systematic reviews is through a classic divide and conquer approach of breaking down the process to discrete tasks that are easier to automate. The rationale for doing this is that conducting a review is not only cognitive, but requires multiple skills, and AI are manageable when they conduct single, well-defined tasks. So in this case, where the tasks are so inherently different from each other, it is not surprising that different groups around the world with their respective strengths and interests choose to focus on AIs for specific tasks. Once we've done all that remains is to put all these AIs together, and that's easy, right? In 1988, Hans Moravec made the observation in the field of robotics that it is paradoxically much easier to get a robot to conduct cognitive tasks, like complex maths, and much harder to conduct the trivial tasks like walking or crawling. This applies more generally in AI. It is easier to automate the highly cognitive but well-defined task of a systematic review, such as creating a forest plot, but it's much harder for a variety of reasons for an AI to read a PDF, say. Some people might think this is intuitive nowadays, but I'm here to tell you that we still, even though we see this, we still forget how computers think very differently to how human brains perform tasks, and that the tasks that people perform are not necessarily the tasks that computers perform. So Moravec's paradox teaches us that to evaluate the relative importance of task automation, we need to consider not just how people perform this task, not just what AI is available to automate them, not how hard it is for people to perform these tasks, because our perception of what is important may be skewed. We need to think about what's going to actually help us reach the goals I started with. Let's look at some numbers to determine that. So this table shows the consensus perception of very experienced systematic reviewers of how much time they spend on each task. If we sum up these times, we get the number of days to conduct a systematic review is 21.5 days. The graph on the bottom shows effort, but I want to draw your attention in particular to the last column here. It shows that if any task was perfectly automated, that is, if it took zero effort and no time at all to perform, how would that affect the overall time it takes to create a systematic review? So notice this column shows us that most tasks don't need to be automated because they don't take much time at all anyway. For example, finding systematic reviews, previous systematic reviews that is, only takes half a day or 1% of the review time. Other tasks like title and abstract screening and extracting information from full text take a moderate amount of time, around 20% each of the review time. And so they're more important to automate. So much for perceptions. Let's validate them. Okay, so some simple maths here. If we take as a baseline that the median time to conduct a systematic review is 23 months, or say 700 days, we can explain 21.5 of these days by tasks in the previous slide. That is the core task of conducting a systematic review. We can explain another 17.5 days accounting for weekends, breaks in between tasks, sick days. So now we're at 39 explained days. Let's say that peer review, which is including submission, revision, editing, you name it, and everything else, it takes 6 months. These are accounted for in the 700 days, but they're not in the 21.5 days. So we can now explain another 183 days or so, which means we're now at 222 days to conduct a review. Let's add 30 days more because, well, why not? We'll account for holidays and for any other things we haven't accounted for yet. So if we explain that there's 252 days all up, and what does that leave us? Well, the math says 448 unexplained days. That's right. That's 2/3 of the systematic review time are unaccounted for. It means that even the tasks that look like they have potential to moderately improve the review time can actually save only about 7% of the time. So it's not so moderate anymore. So are they still worth automating? So what's going on here? Where is all that time going? To find out, we followed systematic reviewers as they go about their work. We conducted an ethnographic study. We interviewed them. So I can now tell you where all that time goes. It goes towards work that people don't perceive to be doing. What people call work as imagined. Work as imagined. These are the tasks from those core tasks of a systematic review we mentioned before. These take much less time than we thought. So work as done is spent on tasks that are not even considered part of the review. These is writing emails, downloading data, formatting references, converting units, converting file formats, cutting and pasting, any other imaginative task. The first implication has nothing to do with automation. The first implication is that we sometimes think that to produce more systematic reviews faster, we need more highly skilled systematic reviewers to perform core tasks. But what we actually need are unskilled assistants to help with other tasks like email, EndNote, maybe even a bit of Excel. Let's call all these the silent tasks. These are the dark matter of systematic reviews, the things we don't see. So how do we automate the silent tasks? So once we uncover what that dark matter is, what those silent tasks are, we can work on automating them. So to automate the silent task of a systematic review, basically need three things. We need interoperability. That is, we need that tools that automate core tasks be able to talk to each other through a common language. That way they can transfer information directly from one to the next, and we don't need to copy and reformat and so on. To do this well, we need open standards. that allow us to represent the information about clinical trials and other types of studies that we need in systematic reviews in a standard common way. With open standards, developers of individual single task tools can work independently from each other and still be confident that their tools can be integrated with others so that they can be useful in practice. And last but not least, we need the flexibility to compose the individual task tools in different ways depending on the question we're trying to answer in our review. It allows us to pick and choose the right tools for particular reviews we're working on. This is what's called loose coupling in engineering. It often means that tools take their inputs and produce their outputs using the same format. And through an agreed process, ideally using the same open standard that are the tools use internally to facilitate that sort of communication between the tools. Loose coupling ensures we can answer a rich variety of questions. We can take data from different sources. We can you can use all kinds of clinical and non-clinical domains that we might want to study. It gives us versatility that the other two components in isolation do not. So let me show you a couple of examples of this in action. Before I show you the examples, I want to take a minute to show you how we're doing this in practice. The Piano Research Automation Platform aims to automate the silent tasks. It provides interoperability for core task automation tools using the RIS 2011 version and the REST open standards. It has a large and growing core task automation tools toolbox that lets you create the workflows for research on a large range of systematic review questions. We encourage the use of third-party automation tools on the platform, and we provide a number of documented APIs in R, in Python, and in REST with examples, so any AI or rule-based automation can be added and immediately used in a systematic review. Remember that the aim of Piano is not to automate reviewers, it is to remove the mundane, tedious, silent tasks that nobody wants to do anyway. Information from one tool effortlessly flows on to the next. There's no copy and paste, no reformatting. The research workflow in Piano is self-documenting, meaning that research is transparent and reproducible. It's ready for peer review and collaborative development. So now you have a clear view of what we do. Let's look at these examples to see what we do with it. Before I show you the examples, I want to take a minute to show you how we're doing this in practice. The Piano Research Automation Platform aims to automate the silent tasks. It provides interoperability for core task automation tools using the RIS 2011 version and the REST open standards. It has a large and growing core task automation tools toolbox that lets you create the workflows for research on a large range of systematic review questions. We encourage the use of third-party automation tools on the platform, and we provide a number of documented APIs in R, in Python, and in REST with examples, so any AI or rule-based automation can be added and immediately used in a systematic review. Remember that the aim of Piano is not to automate reviewers, it is to remove the mundane, tedious, silent tasks that nobody wants to do anyway. Information from one tool effortlessly flows on to the next. There's no copy and paste, no reformatting. The research workflow in Piano is self-documenting, meaning that research is transparent and reproducible. It's ready for peer review and collaborative development. So now you have a clear view of what we do. Let's look at these examples to see what we do with it. The first example I want to talk to you about is title and abstract screening. Earlier, we said that this is one of the most time-consuming of the core tasks to perform. So it stands to reason that automating it would benefit the process. Before we look into whether this is true, let's remember that the task of titles and abstract screening was invented in the aisles of libraries. It was invented at a time when reviewers had to sit on stools in the aisles and go over journal indices issue by issue, abstract by abstract. It was designed as an optimization of the screening process to accommodate for people's valuable time. Now, computer time is much less valuable. So if systematic reviews were designed to be produced by computers, we probably would not have this task at all. The reason we try to automate rather than eliminate this task is that we didn't think of automation of the silent tasks. Let me explain this further. With interoperability, open standards, loose coupling, we don't need to think about single task automation as independent of the review process. Because we already have a different way to simplify its design that those elements give us. Even better, the single task automation tools are no longer in need to be hardwired to work in a particular order. So this gives us entirely new options to reduce waste, save time, reduce reviewer skills, and increase topic coverage. We can take advantage of information extraction and full text fetching automation, for example, before screening, because they now take a hell of a lot less time to do thanks to core task automation tools that have already been developed. We know that when we use information extracted from the entire paper to screen studies, it gives us 5 to 10 times more precise results than title and abstract screening alone, and without compromising recall. Now it can also simplify the workflow because we can screen once instead of twice. Now it's true that we did have to increase the number of documents that we needed to obtain full text for and extract information from. In other words, automation tools for core tasks still play a pivotal role, but loose coupling and automation of the silent tasks allowed us to compound this benefit by re-optimizing the process for automation. The second example I want to talk about is in extracting information, such as study characteristics from data and data from text. This is a general model for AI-based extraction. Almost all published systems that extract key information from clinical trials follow this model. It is a classic machine learning pipeline that trains a classifier to identify individual sentences or phrases as being descriptive of the population or author affiliation or the number of randomized patients. According to this model, we only need to vary the training data to get a different algorithm. In other words, we assume that if we train this model on one type of information, it will extract that kind of information. If we teach it to recognize outcomes, it will learn to extract outcomes. If we teach it to recognize population, it will extract population. For some reason, we think that the same tool should be able to extract all these different types of information using the same model. We know that information is presented differently in text. So when we put it like this, I hope this begins to sound maybe a bit silly, because the different information, when it's described differently in text, why would the same model be suitable to extract all these different types of information? In fact, we see that the performance of information extraction tools has not improved much in decades, but we still keep doing it this way. So why do we do this? Well, probably because we model automation how people do it. We don't use different people to extract different elements from the same paper. So we don't think we need multiple automation tools. Moravec's paradox is in play. we don't notice that the silent task of reading words from text is actually very complex, and then we don't remember that computers process data very differently to us. But we use the same person to extract all different kinds of information because understanding text is easy for us humans. So we don't need an expert in, say, extracting patient numbers or an expert on extracting outcomes. If we did, the systematic review would be much more expensive. It would take much longer because we're adding a lot more silent tasks. So how can we take what we already know that computers do need specific expertise in the extraction of different data types? How do we put this knowledge to use? When the silent tasks are done away with, when we have interoperability, open standards, loose coupling, we can split the single core tasks of automating information extraction into micro-tasks and allow them to work together in the same systematic review. So each micro-extraction automation tool can now focus on very specific patterns and be really good at it without having to make compromises for other types of information. For example, we can use a tool that extracts mentions of cancer gene names together with a tool that extracts and identifies the type of clinical trial we are looking at. We can use a tool specifically for extracting interventions together with a tool that extracts, say, citations from BMJ papers. We can use a tool that extracts data from tables with a tool that extracts data from images. Whatever is the most suitable for the particular review we're working on. So if you will indulge me on a soapbox for 1 minute, I'd like to address an elephant in the room that has been lurking, well, a virtual room, for some time. Another reason we automate systematic reviews the way we have been is that the way we use AI. Machine learning, natural language processing, image recognition, all these AI methods are very fashionable. They're very sexy. That means that tools that automate these tasks that people perform, especially experts perform, are much easier to get funded and to publish than tools that solve problems that are perceived to be easier. So it's easier to get funding for a tool that extracts all of the Pico elements, for example, or even more elements, than it is to publish a micro extraction tool for only population or only citations from BMJ papers. The people who edit the research, those who get to decide what will get funded and published and what will not, which are actually the same people, but wearing different hats, also don't see the silent tasks. So they also don't see why automating the trivial tasks is so much harder. And so they favor funding and publishing tasks that look hard, regardless of whether they solve the systematic review problem or not. In this instance, incrementalism fails us because automating silent tasks is not worth doing for its own right. And so we cannot get the benefits of automation to support more research on automation of systematic reviews, and even on the core tasks that are perceived to be hard. That's, by the way, is the main reason I started Evidently, because it allows me to rely on other forms of funding to automate systematic reviews. In conclusion, the tasks that are more easily automatable by AI are not necessarily the ones that provide the most bang for the buck, but they are still necessary. Automating cognitive tasks is important, but automating the silent task compounds the benefit. It's less sexy and harder to get funding because it might not be as cool, but it's still worth doing. Interoperability, open standards, loose coupling are the best way to automate silent tasks because they do this really well. They allow other automation tools to be developed independently and used together, and they have some nice side effects that we actually need. With those, we can compound the benefits of automation to focus on the end goal, reducing waste, increasing topic coverage, lowering the skill barriers, and shortening translation time. Thank you again for listening. If you found this presentation useful or infuriating, confusing, or anything else, I would love to get in touch with you to hear your thoughts. My email address is on the screen, and I'll be at the Q&A session coming up.
Thank you guys very much. You're right, it's everything that you just mentioned. It's but really impressive to summarize everything. We can start with questions from the chat box. Let's start from the last one. Brian Alper asks, when Piano extracts data per study design, population exposures, outcomes, and outcome measures, are these data converted to FIGR resources with evidence variable and group resources to contribute to the developing standards for computable evidence? A future change to your model will be when original studies are published in a form prepared for this data extraction.
Yeah, that's probably right. I think the work on EBM on Fire is I think I like it a lot. I think that's definitely a step forward that we should be supporting.
Okay, thank you very much. This question a little bit confused me, but I was after Gabrielle's and your presentation. I'm actually very amazed because it's very impressive how you just shed light on the importance of multidisciplinary work, first between humans in your research teams, but now we have to, you're bringing this whole story to completely a different level. So now we are actually collaborating with the electronic systems, and this is really great. Gabrielle, when you mentioned that actually discrepancies between screening between two programs are being solved by one of your research members, that's also very interesting. So we are learning new ways of thinking. We are mostly medical researchers, right, and medical doctors or dental medical doctors by background, definitely learning new ways of thinking and learning new words, so which is very nice. Thank you for bringing this to a completely different level. Another question for Guy: how much approximately was saved in terms of time by using the method of loose coupling? Do you have any example for that?
So loose coupling by itself, as opposed to, say, hard coupling, where things aren't chained to each other, it makes no difference. What loose coupling is for is to allow not just one type of review, one type of question to be asked, but it allows a variety of questions to be asked. And it allows the tools to be developed independently. So it's more, if it saves time in developing AI and automation tools, less so in the actual review time. That being able to aggregate all these automation tools together, that's the time saving. And well, the theory says that it's 448 days. It hasn't, full disclosure, obviously, it hasn't really fully been tested yet. But we're looking to do that later this year.
Okay. Can the 448 unexplained days explain the possibility of 2 weeks systematic reviews?
Absolutely, yes. That's in fact, that's exactly, I will pose it, that's exactly what they did. They streamlined all the processes. They minimized the reformatting they had to do, and were able to get that much gain with only some automation, so some sort of core task automation. So they didn't have translation between search engines, they didn't have deduplication, they didn't have all kinds of, and screening. To my knowledge, they didn't have, for example, information extraction or data extraction tools. So all of those are would have helped more, but they're, again, because they automated the streamlined the process, they were able to reduce from 2 years to 2 weeks, and I think that's the main. That exactly proves my point.
Yeah, exactly. In one of your slides, you showed that you actually removed the weekends from calculations. Can you please tell me why?
No, we added the weekend. So what we did, so when we asked people how long does it take you to do each task, and they gave us numbers, they didn't include they didn't put calendar days. They put work hours. So when we add those up, we get a number of days, but those are work days, business days. So we had to add another 17 or so weekends that occur in between those 21. So just to, it's a bit tricky there between the work effort and the calendar days, but that's the 17 days. It's that difference basically.
Yeah, it's difficult to put it in a firm format. Yeah. Okay. I was thinking, good, my family is not watching this, but okay. Okay, we have another question. Dissemination of evidence synthesis. Can this be in a lay term for public audience and media communication format? Is there any guideline or recommendations for a proper format? Because it seems that sometimes there is a mismatch between the original scientific context communication, evidence synthesized with meta-research, and what is read or heard in the media. It is due to the fact that media also uses automated screening tools in capturing and gathering news and communicating at first line, like a form of rapid dissemination. So,
yeah, the short answer is I don't know. I think I don't see why not, but I don't feel that I know enough about dissemination through the media to really comment on that. I've been focusing the last 15 years on expert readers of reviews. So these are technical people technical in the sense that they can read a systematic review and read a forest plot. I don't know how that works or how that translates to the more popular media. I'm probably even bad at doing that manually, let alone automating that. But it's a very interesting question. I would love to explore if people want to sort of work on doing that. Yeah, I'm very interested in that.
Thank you. It's what actually Gabriela answered earlier. It's always people just have to understand what the automation tools are actually delivering and what are they meant for, not just taking them for granted. So I have another question. You mentioned you actually switched these tasks in the systematic review process, and do you think that, or do you have any information on how much time can be saved if you change go from abstract and title screening? Can this be compensated with the time needed to obtain the full text?
So the assumption we're making in that, so this actually is a paper that I published a few years ago, where we actually go through that process and we simulate this fetching and extraction tasks, because obviously they're not solved yet. And we do that, and then we devise the screening algorithm that looks at the extracted information rather than at the abstracts and the titles. And that improved the workload, the reduction from screening by 5 to 6 times more than best of breed tools. So for example, we used Abstracka for this, which is between 50% and 75% workload reduction. And we were able to reduce 5 to 6 times more than that without damaging or without sacrificing recall at all. In fact, it was a little bit better. But still, within what we considered acceptable, which is 97% recall. So yeah, we think that in terms of saving time, absolutely. In terms of how much time is spent fetching the papers that you don't actually need, well, if that's automated, then not much, right? You don't need much time for that. That's the point, is that if you automate this, then if you automate paper for full text fetching, you can get a small benefit. But if you're able to put that up front of the review, then you can compound that effect to be 20 times workload reduction in the screening phase, for example. So that when we automate, it makes perfect sense to automate task by task, okay? But when we measure the benefits, we need to look at the review. We can't look at the benefit from each task. It's good to evaluate the tools so we know what to expect. But when we look at the benefit, we need to look at the entire design, because an automation tool that adds more silent tasks, right, that requires us to reformat all the information that it spits out so we can fit it to the next tool. It's just adding work. It's slowing us down rather than accelerating. That's what we want, to accelerate. That's the point. We must not lose the bullseye here, which is to accelerate systematic reviews.
Yeah. And you said we should automate not the trivial tasks, but the complex ones. That's also interesting.
Yeah, that's right. So, well, but what is complex might not be that obvious. So we need to see really where we spend time. And the work that we've done, the ethnographic study that we've done, although not very robust, I would say, we didn't use such a big sample. It showed that when we look at the amount of time used in automation tool or in systematic review environments to measure how much time people spend on tasks, it's grossly inaccurate. When we ask people how much time they think they spend on tasks, it's grossly inaccurate. Not because they're wrong, it's because they forget the tasks. They forget what they're actually doing. They're kind of easy to ignore that. So, I think, to measure the effect of automation on systematic review, I think, again, you got to remember to evaluate the entire review. It doesn't make sense to evaluate one task at a time. So it really doesn't matter which task you automate and which ones you don't, as long as you can measure at the end that you've got acceleration. And I will say that it's useless to do if you're not automating those silent tasks that we don't perceive, that are quite frankly not as maybe interesting to do, and not maybe available in academia. But those are the tasks that will actually drive the value from automation. We could be doing automation for automation's sake. We have been doing that for decades now. But unless we can, they haven't really supported systematic reviews because they were done in isolation. Each tool was evaluated on its own. They were never put together. And so that's where I think the next phase of automation should be, is in how to put all these tools together and how to get a single workflow that will help us generate a review. And I think once we can do that, we can take advantage of all this effort on automation all at once. Yeah, we don't need to choose the tools that we're going to specialize in, because we can put them all together. They talk to each other and the information flows, and it's euphoric.
Yeah, seems like the only way to deal with this large numbers of data that are really overwhelming us in every sense. So I guess the only criteria is just, as Ioannidis would say, give the decent evidence in a timely manner. And as Gabriel said, the currency, he talked about currency and quality. Gabriel, please feel free to join us, because I'm sure the two of you have so much in common. Can we have both currency and quality, Gabriel?
Yes, definitely. I think what Guy and also Brian mentioned in the chat, and many groups are working. It has a lot of things in common, and as Guy put it, we are all trying to automate or make more efficient some specific task, and how we organize this task is key, but also how we share the data that others have generated. So that's what guys calling interoperability, or it's part of the issue. But basically, it's how we share data generated by humans or machines that is good quality. So I think that part of reusing data, it's probably one of the major challenges. Some technologies like FIRE or others might achieve that goal, maybe not, but I think it's in the good track. But basically, it's how we are able to share the effort of conducting some components of the review, and that can be because my team did that work and can share that information with you, or my robot, my AI system did that work well and can share that information with you. So I think we are in this moment where we are understanding, and the work that Guy is describing is very important on that. What are all the pieces? Other teams are working in how to connect all those pieces. When some groups are generating data that can be at some point shared. So I think it's a very exciting time, and my feeling is that the pandemic and some of the challenges and effort and resources that different groups have put into evidence synthesis might make a difference. So I'm optimistic that in the near future we will see how all these things we are discussing today are going to change the evidence synthesis environment. Let's hope that it's not only to produce more reviews, that is the problem I described in my keynote, but also to produce better reviews and to collaborate. I think collaboration is also very important. It's not only sharing data with other teams so both teams can produce their own review. It's how we are able to generate an environment where producing one review by more teams is better than multiple reviews. So I think that we are in an exciting moment, but the output can be good or bad as depending on how we manage it. So we might end up with a infodemic or massive infodemic, or we might end up with wonderful collaborative efforts that provide leading evidence synthesis with high coverage produced by multiple groups, maintaining quality and currency. So I think, and then it's the dissemination of that information. So I think we also need to have that in mind. So how we transform that information that the reviews are producing into something that is useful for the end user, how we connect that with guideline producers or with decision makers or with the public. So I think the environment is becoming much more complex. Some groups are finding solutions, describing what are the pieces, and some groups are trying to connect that. So I think we will see a lot of development in the next months or years.
Yeah, thank you for mentioning. I also thought about the same, that pandemics, as terrible and difficult it is and has been during these past 2 years, it was challenging in this way of investigating how to deal with all this information, and actually brought people together despite the local context and outside of the local context, online, working together to deliver good quality evidence. And this living project is really something amazing. So congratulations to all your work, to both of you. We have some questions for Gabriel, so not to miss those. Gabriel, how do you define a systematic review when including and excluding in epistemonicos? What are the criteria?
Yeah, it's a good question. It's not an easy question. We spent a lot of time discussing and reviewing different definitions, and now there are several systematic reviews of definitions of what a systematic review is. But also the scope has been changing, and we now have much more types of evidence synthesis. But basically, the approach we took in epistemonicos was to divide evidence synthesis into systematic reviews, which is one of the more recognizable types of evidence synthesis, and we lumped together all other type of evidence synthesis that usually have a broader scope under one umbrella term that we call broad synthesis. But for systematic reviews, basically, we try to capture the evidence synthesis that is summarizing primary study. So that's one definition from the beginning. And the criteria that we are using currently at the database is that the article needs to provide a description of at least one eligibility criterion. The main objective is synthesize primary studies instead of other type of articles. And if a systematic review is summarizing studies and reviews, it depends in what is the use that the systematic reviews are playing in that evidence synthesis. So, for instance, if an article is using systematic reviews to identify extra studies, that is part of the search strategy of that review, and we still call it a systematic review. But if a systematic review is summarizing reviews and studies indistinctly, we might classify it as a broad synthesis instead of a systematic review. So the objective in synthesizing primary studies is one of the criteria we are using. And then we also have a criteria that said that the article reports an explicit method that includes searching in at least one electronic database. So it's a very comprehensive definition. There might be some reviews that are not do not fulfill the definition of systematic review or more stringent definitions of systematic reviews, but we try to be comprehensive. So the first or the main approach is try to be very comprehensive in terms of systematic review. So there might be some false positives, but we don't want to have, or as few as possible, false negatives in terms of systematic reviews and other types of evidence synthesis.
Yeah, not to lose something important. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. There's another comment. My impression is that there is a much greater interest in reading and producing systematic reviews within the health area. This also goes for social science and natural science and even humanities. Do epistemonicos have any ambitions of including non-health systematic reviews?
Yeah, we have clear ambitions, and we're looking for funding and ways to do that. So now we are exploring ways of broadening the scope of epistemonicos, or creating a parallel database that replicates what we are doing in health. It might be other topics, or we might end up with one database that includes all the topics. So we are now in that exploration. So that's a clear ambition, and we hope to see something in the next 2 years in that line.
Wow, great! Congratulations. Thank you.
Yeah, just a short note about that. The amount of information in health is much more than in other areas. So according to some calculations, it's difficult to do it, but there are some calculations that say that 1 in 3 articles are about health. So the delta that you need to cover from going from health to everything else is not as large as you might think, because it's so many different areas. But the issue of information overload is much more pronounced in health. So eventually it might be even easier to approach all the literature, all the topics at the same time, more than creating different databases for multiple topics.
Although it seems that you might encounter various and very heterogeneous topics and
for instance, these databases like Google Scholar or Microsoft Academic or even Google is something. It's a space when you find everything, but having more information might be also a problem. So that's one of the things that you need to balance, because maybe it's possible to have something very comprehensive, but if it's not easy to use, or if the information is not pre-filtered, or information is reused to decrease the workload of processing all that information, then the tool becomes useless.
Exactly. Yeah. Another question is, to what extent evidence synthesis can be threatened by data unavailability or poor data? Will that be only a certain bias or more towards a misleading outcome? Is this a preventable risk? Would you please answer these in the context of pharmaceutical-related decision-making?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think up to now, my feeling is that the discussion about using primary data or accessing the raw data from the authors, like individual patient or participants meta-analysis, or to use the study reports as an additional source of information has been more limited by the technology or the tools that are available to do that. So now conducting a review with the highest quality, accessing all the data, contacting authors, and sometimes doing very complex legal processes to access the data takes too many years, and probably that review would be out of date at the moment of being published if it's in a moving field like COVID-19, for instance. So I think it's a problem of the workload involved in accessing all that information and processing that information. But the technology and all these projects that we're discussing today are moving the shift post. So I think it's becoming, all these approaches allows us to process more information, or releasing time from all those days that Guy described to do this extra component. So if you have more time to work in accessing the data, or contacting the authors, or accessing lawyers to get the data you want, or to double check the data to analyze if there is fraud or other things, probably the quality is also going to improve. So if you have more time available, that can indirectly improve quality too. So I think that's a very important problem that most reviews have today. We have done some analysis of pharmacological interventions in COVID-19, for instance, and almost 100% of the reviews are or out of date or very low quality, and only 5 to 10 reviews in all the reviews that have been produced during the pandemic have taken this approach of accessing the original data and generate a review of the highest quality. So I think that is going to be facilitated by all these technology and approaches, but of course it's a very relevant issue.
Thank you both very much. we've come to the end of this session. Only maybe time for just a quick question, I think from Karen. Was the page article, the Matthew Page's article that you mentioned, was this about quality or reporting quality, Gabriel?
Yeah, no, in the article, both things are analyzed, so it's a very, very insightful article. But the figure I showed is about the reporting part, but both components are analyzed in the paper.
Okay, there are 2 or 3 questions left for Gabrielle, so if you would please answer in the chat box, that would be great. Thank you both very much. We could go on like this throughout the day, but we don't have time anymore. Thank you. It's been a pleasure talking to you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our final keynote session. It is my real pleasure and privilege to be the chair of this session today. My name is Dr. Clara Brunhuber, and I'm co-chair of EVBRES, our evidence-based research cost action. And I've been involved with the whole idea of evidence-based research together with Hans from the very start. So it's a pleasure to be presenting this session to you today. We have 2 distinguished speakers with us, and we will first listen to both presentations and then have a joint Q&A session with them. I would also like to point out that following our session, starting at 6 p.m. Central European time, we will have a short session for our final farewell and also to award 2 prizes to the winning oral and poster presentations. So stay with us for this session as well as afterwards. And with that, I would like to introduce our first speaker, Professor Maureen Dobbins. She's based at the School of Nursing at McMaster University in Hamilton, Canada, and holds cross appointments with the Department of Health Research Methods, Evidence and Impact, the School of Rehabilitation Sciences, and the Masters of Science in eHealth program. Research interest is in evidence-based health information and knowledge translation to promote public health decision-making. And today she will speak about the role of evidence-based research in the knowledge to action cycle. So it's delightful to have you, Maureen, and we are very much looking forward to your presentation.
My name is Maureen Dobbins, and I'm a professor in the School of Nursing at McMaster University and the scientific director of the National Collaborating Center for Methods and Tools. And it is my pleasure to speak to you today about the role of evidence-based research in the knowledge to action cycle. So just in terms of what I will speak about today, I'm going to briefly describe the knowledge to action cycle from one particular model, the KTA model, that's very familiar to many of us here in Canada and likely elsewhere. Discuss the evidence-based research in relation to the KTA cycle, and then use an example of some work that my center that has been involved with to talk about supporting decision makers with high quality evidence during COVID-19. So what you'll see before you here is the knowledge to action model, or we call it the KTA here in Canada. Might be familiar to some of you. This was created a number of years ago, and it really supported the foundation for our national health research funder, the Canadian Institutes of Health Research, in terms of providing a framework for researchers to think about how to support the use of evidence in practice. And so just really briefly, what you see in the middle of this model is an upside down triangle. This part of the model is the generation of knowledge or evidence. We see that progressing from knowledge inquiry, which would be our single studies, to knowledge syntheses, to various knowledge products that are then made available to help inform action. And that's where we move to the outer circle that goes around that triangle that starts with identifying a problem. And then as we move to the left and up, it involves assessing barriers to knowledge use, adapting knowledge to the local context, selecting and tailoring your implementation interventions, thinking about how you're going to monitor knowledge use, how you're going to evaluate the outcomes of implementation, and then how you're going to sustain knowledge. And so many of us might think about at this conference evidence-based research and the use of evidence as it relates to the tremendous amount of evidence that's being created every day, week, and month about health issues. And I give you just one example here. I did a quick search of healthevidence.org, which is a repository of systematic reviews evaluating public health interventions. And just looking at the last 5 years, I searched for reviews that were keyworded with 2 words, physical activity, or 2 terms, physical activity and community. And you can see here that 502 reviews were identified in that repository. And when I further limited to just children, there were 81 reviews that are relevant to physical activity in the community and relevant for children just in the last 5 years alone. So, you know, we've heard these stories before where there's a tremendous amount of research going on in health areas, and we need to be better at not duplicating research, at understanding where the evidence base is and building off of that evidence. But I wondered, do we have a similar type of issue when it comes to knowledge translation and the availability of evidence? Do we have that same issue where many, many studies are being conducted on various aspects of the knowledge to action cycle that doesn't take into account the previous research and the knowledge that's already known about those factors? So I did a little bit of searching, and I'm by no means am I an expert at searching, so you may not be able to replicate these numbers, but just really quickly, I took a look at PubMed, and I used the words knowledge translation as keywords, and I just limited that search to the last 5 years and found over 76,000 articles. And then when I limited that to systematic reviews, there were over 1,800. And when I just limited to randomized control trials, there were almost 2,000. So of course, there's many other words that could be used to find all of the evidence that is relevant to evidence-based practice, to knowledge translation, to dissemination and implementation. So we would need many more terms in order to have a comprehensive search. But this starts to give us a magnitude that maybe there is an issue going on here in terms of are we really optimizing the evidence that we already have in knowledge translation to inform the research that is happening now on various aspects related to the action cycle? So let's keep looking. I decided to see, of those 76,000 articles, how many of those might be related to barriers. And again, found 187 just in the last 5 years related to the barriers. And keep in mind, this is after decades of research published about the barriers and facilitators to use of evidence. And in fact, really many years ago, calling for stopping of doing these types of studies. And so let's keep going. I thought, well, this is one model here of dissemination, the knowledge to action cycle. But there, I wondered, how many more models are there? So there's this excellent site that you can go to, the link listed here. And we can see on this site that there are 110 dissemination and implementation models that have been identified. It's a fantastic site to really help someone identify a model that could be very useful in their local setting without having to do a lot of reading yourself to learn about the many models. So it's a great site. I encourage you to go to take a look at it. Very user-friendly, easy to search, to really focus in on finding a model that would be quickly that would be good for you to use. But really what I just wanted to point out here is in a field that's relatively young, knowledge translation, 110 models and frameworks identified in probably the last 20 years at most. Do we really need all of those? Again, are we really optimizing our knowledge of what already exists before we start developing our own take, our own model? So just something to think about there. I wondered what was there around our implementation interventions. So just very, very simple search identified over 3,500 articles that were labeled as something to do with knowledge translation interventions. And then jumping over just to sustaining knowledge. And again, in PubMed identified almost 400 studies that were labeled with knowledge translation and sustaining. So really just a whirlwind tour around the knowledge to action cycle to really, ask us to be thinking about what evidence already exists. How can we best leverage and use the knowledge that has been accumulating over the years with respect to knowledge translation and really use that to inform our next studies, looking to whether or not there are high quality syntheses in each of these areas, of which there are, that we can use, and thinking carefully about if we're going to do a primary study in any one of these areas, being really sure that there aren't already studies that have done that. What would be the unique value of doing another study in a similar topic area, and being really clear about what that contribution to the literature in evidence-based research will be. So now I just want to change gears a little bit and talk about a rapid evidence service that my center started very early in the pandemic, really at the request of decision makers. So normally we're an organization that helps build capacity amongst decision makers to use the best available evidence in their decision making. We weren't pre-COVID an organization that conducted syntheses, but we were very knowledgeable about how to do them and really helped others get those skills so that they could do them and use that to inform their decision making. But very quickly during COVID, quickly as in the first few weeks, we significantly pivoted from what we had been doing in terms of training to conducting evidence syntheses when we started receiving multiple requests from public health decision makers at multiple levels in the country asking us for that evidence. And so what we really created, we refer to as our rapid evidence service. And it's really a bit of a relay race in terms of we have specific staff assigned to do different parts of the evidence synthesis process, as you can see down the right-hand side here. And when one activity is done, then it's passed off to another staff member who then completes that part, and it's then passed on to the next person and the next person, and so on. And so we prioritize questions received. The number of questions, particularly early on in COVID, far exceeded the capacity that we had to complete them. We are building on a report that we had released previously, which was a rapid review guidebook. That was the basis for the beginning of our methods that is informed by looking at many other evidence synthesis groups internationally around the world. And when COVID first began, we endeavored to complete these reviews within 5 to 10 days. With respect to receiving and prioritizing questions, as I said, we're getting them from the federal level, provincial, territorial, local organizations, even some international questions. And so what we developed was a weekly team meeting where we do two things. We assess the progress on our current reviews, and we also assess our capacity to start new reviews and then schedule them out. With respect to prioritization, we, number one, try to avoid duplication. So as many are aware, many jumped into the evidence synthesis world when COVID started. And so there were many groups simultaneously completing reviews on the same topics with the same studies at the same time. And so we really wanted to do as best we could to avoid that duplication. And one of the groups, we became a part of COVID-END, which is the COVID-19 evidence network to support decision-making of well over 50 organizations internationally. And we would reach out and search that network to see if a review was already completed, was in the process of being done before we would accept to do that review. We also assessed urgency and relevance to the Canadian contents. We looked at whether or not we had the content expertise in-house to address the question. And we also assessed whether or not there was any available evidence, useful evidence to answer the question. And sometimes there just really wasn't evidence available to answer the question. And so then that was what we provided back to the requester, is that we didn't feel that question was a viable question at that time and perhaps could be revisited. Formulating the question is really an important piece of the process and requires an opportunity to connect with the requester to make sure we understand the question properly and to really ensure that that question is as refined as possible. And I give you one example here of a living rapid review that we've been updating since April of 2020 related to schools and daycares and the role of COVID-19. So we collaborate with the requester, and through that process of really refining the question, then that also helps us develop our inclusion and exclusion criteria, which we share with the requester ahead of time to make sure that we're on track. Searching as well, we really focused on the predominantly COVID-19 databases, of which a great many evolved at the beginning of the pandemic. We limit our search to English language. We then look at peer-reviewed sources as well as preprints. And then depending on the question, we look at the gray literature and sometimes jurisdictional data as well. So for example, sometimes there really isn't very much in terms of scientific studies, but there is local epidemiological data that is available that can help inform what we know about a particular phenomenon. And so we would look for that. And then always prioritizing syntheses before we would do a search for single studies. And try to be as comprehensive as possible in terms of looking at those syntheses, looking for high quality and current syntheses before embarking on doing our own. Screening, that was carried out by a single reviewer at the title and abstract screening. And so of course, we've labeled these rapid reviews, and there are trade-offs with rapid reviews. It's not a full systematic review, it's being done in days. And so one of the trade-offs that we did was to use a single reviewer as opposed to double reviewers at the title abstract. We've also been using Distiller SR, which is a platform to help support syntheses, an electronic platform. And one of the functions of this is called DAISY re-rank an AI function. And so as you screen through your results and identify relevant results, then DAISY learns what appears relevant and will re-rank your result set in order of most likely to be relevant from the top to the bottom. So that allows us to more quickly identify the studies at the top that are most likely relevant, and we can get to work on processing them in terms of quality appraisal and data extraction while someone else is continuing to finish that screen, because we know we're quite likely to not find much else that's relevant as we go through that. So a very, very helpful use of AI in that context. Of course, some of the sources, the COVID sources, need to be manually screened, and we track those results in Excel. We also then use a single reviewer for full text screening, but this is double checked by the lead author of the review when we get to that part of the review. If we now move on to data extraction, this is an example of what our data extraction tool looks like. And it's also been informed by what our decision makers have told us they want and what they don't want in the report. And so here, the data extraction again is conducted by one reviewer and is checked by the lead author. And we extract information on the design, the population, the settings, summary of findings, quality rating, and any other relevant info for that particular topic question. Critical appraisal was something that was an absolute must, or is an absolute must for the rapid reviews that we do. They are completed by one reviewer and then verified by a second reviewer, and any conflicts are resolved through discussion, and if needed, the lead author will also provide input. We're using a variety of tools to coincide with the huge variation in study designs that we're seeing, and you see a few examples here of the ones that we've used, and then we rate each study. We give each study a rating such as strong, moderate, or low quality. We were absolutely not willing to forego the critical appraisal for speed. We know that throughout the pandemic, that as much as 40% of the emerging evidence was available through preprints, which means that it wasn't peer reviewed, and therefore that made the quality appraisal that much more important. About 4 months into our rapid reviews, then we also started applying grade. And this was a really important new development in the methods that really added, I think, to the rigor of the reviews and really helped with the certainty of the findings. What we were realizing before that was, even though we were appraising the quality of the individual studies, some topics really had the designs were all designs that were at very high risk of bias. And so while it was a well done study, there was still a fair amount of risk of bias in the body of literature, but that wasn't being captured when we weren't using grade. And so we started applying grade to really answer that question: how likely are the findings to change with more evidence? And we've used these 8 domains listed here to either upgrade or downgrade the evidence to be able to provide that rating of very low, low, moderate, or strong. And then just in terms of what our final product looks like. So the final product looks completely different from anything we've ever done in terms of an evidence synthesis, or what we've provided mentorship on or training on in terms of writing up the results of an evidence synthesis. This, again, it has been really informed by what our policymakers were saying they needed, and conversely what they didn't need in terms of having days to look at the evidence. So we completed a few reviews very early on and received feedback back saying, no, this isn't what we need or what we want. And they gave us some examples of the types of templates that would allow them to search through the findings quickly. And that's how this particular product came to be. And so the first page always starts with very upfront, what is the question being answered? We then have an executive summary that's made up of 3 parts: the key findings and certainty. If it's an update, we talk about what's changed. We give an overview of the evidence. Then we talk about methods. And again, it's fairly bare-boned methods. If you want to know more, there's links to specific pages on our website that give more detail. And then The bulk of the information exists in the results tables according to the types of columns that our decision makers were interested in. So in terms of page 2, the executive summary will look like this. It'll have a background section, not more than 1 to 2 paragraphs. Our key points, so what were the most important key things that we found in terms of that synthesis, and each of those is linked to a grade statement. We then provide an overview of the evidence and identify if there are any knowledge gaps. That's usually 3 to 5 statements. We also identify if there's anything specific for different types of populations, or if that continues to be a gap. And then finally, if there is an update, we would have an additional paragraph that clearly articulates what has changed since the previous time that we completed this review. As we're doing grade, we have a summary of findings table. This is what it looks like if we're looking at quantitative studies, and then per outcome, we will identify the study design, the number of studies, and our overall certainty of the evidence, as well as the reasons for upgrading or downgrading. And we also have done rapid reviews that have looked at the qualitative literature. And so here's a summary of findings table for that qualitative literature, also identifying what issues led to the upgrading or downgrading. So just a little bit in terms of dissemination. And so for those of you that have been helping to support policymakers and decision makers during COVID, know that this has been extremely challenging in terms of knowing how do we get this information into the hands of the people who need it, or in front of their eyes. So one of the things we did was to create its own page on our website so that folks could quickly go to it if they wanted to. Between May 2020 and June 2021, we completed 65 either reviews or updates. And then we used a variety of strategies to help people become aware of that evidence. We posted new reviews to the website. We created an email notification system so one could subscribe to be notified every time we add something new to this page. And really, we were very excited to know that well over 200 decision makers and policymakers quickly signed up for that when we first created the page. We've been very active on social media. We include them in our monthly newsletter, and we've also partnered with McMaster's communications team on particular reviews that were very timely with decisions that were being made or about to be made, and that has really helped as they were helping to get the word out. Just in terms of impact, it does seem like this service is meeting a need. We know that the page has been viewed more than 35,000 times from June 2020 to September 21. We've received questions from not only within Canada, but outside of Canada. We're collaborating with other national organizations on reviews together, which has really been fantastic to do. And we know that these rapid reviews have been indexed in a number of the COVID databases, and certainly it has garnered a fair amount of media attention to hear more about the results. And as you can see here on the right-hand side, it's been accessed by folks in more than 160 countries. But of course, there have been challenges, and we've had to reflect on this many, many times throughout. Nothing has stayed constant as it relates to our methods, and particularly in keeping up to date as the COVID ecosystem, evidence ecosystem evolves, then the rapid review methods also need to evolve to coincide. So it's really hard to balance rigor with feasibility, speed with rigor, and trying to find that balance to produce the most rigorous product in the shortest amount of time, and how can we feasibly do that. It has also been extremely challenging to minimize duplication. So when you're spending all of your effort trying to complete these reviews as quickly as possible, it's hard to consistently do and continuously do all of the searching to make sure that someone else hasn't already done that topic. And sometimes it is good to have more than one group do the same topic, but just trying to make sure that we keep that duplication to a minimal as possible. And so, of course, there needs to be better ways of staying abreast of all of the evidence synthesis efforts that are going on. And something that I think, you know, as we move towards post-COVID, how do we do that into the future? The next comment of getting the right info into the hands of the right people at the right time. All of our decision makers are so incredibly busy, they don't have time to be reading email or keeping up to date on some of what may have been newsletters or traditional ways of accessing. So we really need to think carefully about how do we get that info? Who are the folks that are funneling the information to those decision makers, building relationships? And that was one of the things that worked for us in terms of groups that were compiling the evidence and providing that for decision makers and policy makers for specific meetings. Trying to be proactive instead of reactive. And so many of us have struggled with this and just always trying to keep up, but sometimes trying to think of what will be the next crisis 1 month, 2 months, 6 months down the road. Can we get ahead of this and start guesstimating what those questions are going to be, because maybe we could get started on looking at the evidence now. So that balance between it being reactive to the questions, but also thinking to the future, what else needs to be answered? And can we start on that now? When is the evidence out of date? Definitely a challenge. We know some of the rapid reviews on the day that we published them, posted them to our website, there was already new studies that had come out, and they were now not in our review. And we thought, should we still post it or not? So we've all grappled with that. And of course, out of date has changed dramatically during COVID from months and years to now being even days. And so really thinking about what does that mean for our rapid reviews? What did we also have grappled with when we have not updated a rapid review, we haven't updated all of them, then should we leave it on our website or should we take it down because now it's out of date? So happy to have more discussion in our question period about that. We've also thinking about how useful is the evidence from other jurisdictions to Canada. So really that local applicability has been really important in terms of what evidence to focus looking at. And then as many of us will have encountered is, you know, the signal to noise ratio, low quality evidence. How can we make sure that we have our decision makers accessing the best evidence being collected? And so I just want to finish on the work that Dr. John Lavis and Dr. Jeremy Giramshaw have been co-leading on the Global Commission on Evidence. Some of you may be aware of this, but this is really an instrumental piece of work that John and others have been working on to really take advantage of this appetite for evidence that COVID has created, but trying to ensure that we have balance in that evidence so that decision makers have all of the best evidence to really inform their decision making. And so they have pulled together 25 commissioners who are carefully thinking about that evidence ecosystem for the future and what are the burning questions that really need to be answered in order to help influence the creation of platforms and mechanisms that will ensure that decision makers and policymakers can access that best evidence in their decision making. And there is so much on the website that they've already done that I can't do justice to it in speaking to it in just a few minutes. And so I will keep it at that. There's many ways for you to familiarize yourself with what's there. Visit the website. They have a newsletter. They're on Twitter, LinkedIn, and really hoping that you'll have others that will take a look at this, contribute feedback to this, and just one other way that you can get a hold of them. So you'll have the slides and you'll be able to access that. So with that, that brings my presentation to an end. I thank you for listening, and I look forward to the discussion to come. Thanks very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Maureen. And we have gathered quite a few questions that we will all take to our Q&A after our next presentation. So our second speaker today is Professor Taryn Young, the Director of the Center for Evidence-Based Healthcare and Head of the Division of Epidemiology and Biostatistics at Stellenbosch University in Cape Town, South Africa. In addition to participating in numerous systematic reviews, her research has focused on teaching and learning evidence-based healthcare, summarizing and interpreting medical research, and capacity building for and implementation of clinical practice guidelines, to name just a few areas. In her talk today, she will reflect on the challenges of implementing EBR in different research environments. So over to you, Taryn.
Good afternoon. It's a great pleasure to be joining you to give this input that will be focusing on the challenges of implementing evidence-based research in different research environments. I'm Taryn Young, and I'm based at Stellenbosch University in Cape Town, South Africa. I am a public health specialist by background who has been active in the field of systematic reviews and conducting systematic reviews for a number of years. I'm a strong proponent of evidence-informed practices with a passion for building capacity in this area, and I'm also an advocate for equitable, transdisciplinary, and intersectoral approaches. I'm involved with a number of projects, both within South Africa, within the region, and internationally. I highlight some of those by adding their logos on the slide. And I just want to upfront state that the presentation that I'm giving is drawing on my experience of working in this area, and I'm not necessarily expressing the views of the funders of the projects that I'm noting. So conducting any research project is a journey, and the research environment that we've worked within is underpinned by a culture of integrity, and it's based on good governance, best practice, and support for developing researchers. We need this environment to be enabling and effective, and it typically includes clear policies, practices, and procedures to support researchers, suitable learning, mentoring, and training opportunities, having rigorous and robust management systems to ensure that the policies are being implemented, and awareness needs to be created among researchers of the various standards and behaviors that's expected of them. And then it needs to have systems in place for identifying potential concerns early on and having mechanisms and ways to address and support those who's been affected by these concerns that's been identified. Now, in the research environment, there are many different actors. It spans from the research team to the department within which they are working, to the institution that has its own institutional culture, strategy, policies, and procedures. Then there's the journals, the funders, national bodies, as well as international bodies, regulators, and with various principles. Ultimately, the research environment needs to support behavior and practices that are expected of world-leading and world-class research environments and support robust and relevant research. But we've seen quite a concerning trend in research as it links to waste or avoidable waste in research. In 2014, The Lancet published a series looking at avoidable waste, or what they also refer to as inefficiency in biomedical research. And this figure illustrates the 5 key areas that they highlight where waste can be avoided in research, starting with ensuring that the research decision for the question that the research is going to be done on to be informed by existing research. And they phrase the question as, are research decisions based on questions relevant to the users of research? Secondly, when research is being done, is good methods being used to do those studies? Thirdly, are there efficient research regulation and management systems? Are the research being published and put out in the public domain? And also, when it is being published, is it unbiased and full reporting of what was planned and what was found in the research? Now, evidence-based research is being put forward as a mechanism for addressing this research waste, where when research teams are considering new research that they would like to conduct, this evidence-based research approach will advocate for systematic and transparent approaches to be used to explicitly look at earlier studies and also consider the use of end-user perspectives to be able to inform questions for new research and to ensure that it is evidence-based. Now, 2020 was a year that is going down in history. We are all affected in many different ways by the COVID pandemic. The graph that you see on the left-hand side is when cases were just starting in 2020 in January. And what you see on the right-hand side is what we see now in September 2021, where worldwide we have more than 225 million cases, people that have been infected by the coronavirus. And this has generated many questions that managers and healthcare practitioners are grappling with. Questions linked to public health measures, to clinical management, to health system arrangements, and to economic and social responses. So what did this do for research in this area? Before the pandemic, it was estimated that already a huge amount of research was being wasted, and wasted because of poor questions, or not being done well in terms of study design, or not being reported, poorly reported, or not reported at all. Glasio et al. Has put forward that these problems in terms of research waste has been amplified by the pandemic, because now with the time pressures and inadequate research infrastructure and the fact that everybody is looking for answers, there's actually been more poor quality research being done. Looking at the WHO database on COVID studies, there are more than 340,000 database. So this is a real problem that needs to cover some challenges are justified. And then when you conduct your study, when you completed the conduct of the study, you then still need to put the results of that study within the context of what is known already, and then conclude with implications for practice and implications for research. So starting with the beginning, where we start by identifying our research questions. There have been many research priority processes, priority setting processes that's been put forward. Many different strategies used to assist researchers and policymakers in effectively targeting and identifying research that has the biggest benefit in terms of how it's been done. This review that was published in Health Research Policy and Systems is a review that looked at various checklists for health research priority setting. And some of the common themes that came out of these various approaches is that it comes down to engagement between researchers and decision makers or the end users by working collaboratively, inclusively, being transparent about the whole process, drawing on existing research to inform what is being done, and also avoiding unnecessary duplication. Some challenges in doing this in practice, in getting end user perspectives, speaks firstly to research teams having access to these end users. Some have this access and they can phone a friend or drop an email to find out what the issues are within the clinic or within the policy world at that particular time. But many researchers do not have the access. They also feel that they're not capacitated to actually do that engagement. Rarely do we see research capacity building initiatives, including aspects of how to engage with end users and how to find out from them what the issues are. The bottom line with having this engagement speaks to building and maintaining relationships, which also links to building trust. And these all speaks to one of the key first steps in implementing knowledge translation initiatives. Furthermore, to be able to successfully do and get end users' perspectives, you need to have the necessary resources and time to engage. And in many cases, the resources speaks to ways of being able to secure time of key personnel. If we move on to using existing systematic reviews and to be able to combine that with the input from end users to then consider whether the proposed research is being justified, I still turn to this quote from Egger from 20 years ago, where he put forward, two processes are at work side by side, the reception of new material and the digestion and assimilation of old material. So ultimately, what we would want researchers to be doing is that as they think through what needs to be done, they need to identify and use systematic reviews to inform the planning of new studies. And in some cases, if they find out-of-date reviews or they don't find any reviews, they may have to conduct systematic reviews. So this sounds very obvious to me and very rational, but how often do we read a protocol for a research study and there's no reference to an attempt to finding existing systematic reviews? Or you look at the justification for new research for a postgraduate student, and you see that there's also no systematic process of trying to identify existing systematic reviews, and they often just use subjective mechanisms to write the rationale for their studies. So is it that the researchers do not know about using systematic reviews, or is it about them knowing but just not wanting to do it? A question that I still would like to answer. There has been a huge growth in the number of systematic reviews. And over and above the increase in the volume of systematic reviews that's available, the methodological quality of these reviews are also a challenge. Here, I'm showcasing one example of work that I was involved with in last year, where in response to the pandemic, we were asked to inform and give information on how to manage COVID in persons with non-communicable diseases. Some questions that were posed, such as, is there increased risk of severe COVID, as well as hospitalization in death in COVID patients with these NCDs? How can one screen patients with these NCDs? Also looking at management and prognostic markers. And they, in our search, we decided to look for existing systematic reviews, and we identified 44 systematic reviews that were done between October 2019 and June 2020. And 44 in this very short period of time. About half of these were preprint, so they were not yet peer-reviewed. And on applying the AMSTAR tool to look at the methodological quality, we found many shortcomings in terms of the methods, which just highlighted that for those who are planning to use systematic reviews, you first need to appraise the quality before you look at the results. And you cannot just pick up the review and only use the results without doing any form of quality appraisal. Many research teams, so it's not just decision makers that one often referred to as not knowing how to find and read the reviews, but many researchers lack the knowledge and skills and resources to find, appraise, and interpret systematic reviews. From the knowledge and skills to know where to search and how to search, to having access to the internet and access to relevant databases. And when you find existing reviews, having access to full text articles. When it comes to critical appraisal, you do need the knowledge and skills to be able to make sense of the methods of the systematic review by applying tools like the AMSTAR tool, then to interpret the results of the review, and to go on and consider the applicability of the findings. If we turn to the research environment and the systems that's in place at the institutional level, one often find that there's lack of systems to audit the use of systematic reviews, that especially the use in informing new research. If you consider useful places where this can be done, it can be, for instance, with guidelines for postgraduate students. All of their protocols need to be reviewed and approved by postgraduate committees. Primary research protocols needs to be reviewed by ethics committee, a perfect place to look at the rationale and ask and prompt whether has this research been informed by a gap in the knowledge as identified by reading existing systematic reviews. And similarly, research funders also have a key role to play, and they often don't do this in terms of asking for whether research that's being supported has clearly been justified. So if we move on from challenges linked to using systematic reviews to challenges related to doing systematic reviews, and you can see if we look back at the framework proposed by Robertson and colleagues, is that these steps around doing a review may come in before the conduct of the study, if it is that you find no existing systematic reviews, or it may come in after the conduct of the study, where you may have to update an existing systematic review. The key strategy, or the key issue of importance, is that when you're conducting a systematic review, you must follow steps to minimize bias and to ensure that the review that you are producing is of high methodological quality, representing the totality of the evidence for the question that you're posing. Now, there are many challenges linked to doing systematic reviews, starting with the unnecessary duplication of reviews, which is not something new. In 2013, this publication in BMJ highlighted the problem with duplicate systematic reviews, and saying that the best way to reduce unnecessary duplication of systematic reviews may be to make it compulsory for systematic reviewers to identify existing reviews, whether it's a protocol or a completed review, before conducting their own. And this could form the first step of the review process. This was published and put forward 8 years ago. So I'm not saying you shouldn't do a review on the same question, because some replication is important, but it's the unnecessary duplication that is wasteful. If we turn to some of the COVID examples, if we look at Prospero, which, as you know, accepts registrations for systematic reviews, rapid reviews, as well as umbrella reviews, on the 12th of September this year, more than 5,000 registered records of COVID-19 reviews can be found on Prospero. And they have this note on Prospero, and I quote, "Before registering a new systematic review, check Prospero and the resources on COVID-End to see whether a similar review already exists. And if so, please do not duplicate without good reason. Your efforts may be much more useful if switched to a different topic. This will avoid research waste and contribute more effectively to tackling the pandemic." The resources that they refer to linked to COVID-End as resources that I was privileged to be involved in to package with my co-chair of the synthesizing working group, David Tovey, and we package resources for being able to find and appraise systematic reviews, as well as for doing systematic reviews. And this is the flow diagram. And just starting with the top red boxes, it starts off by firstly wanting to determine if there's a need for a review. You need to clarify the issue or the decision that needs to be informed, and then to avoid efforts, identify and appraise existing reviews for currency, credibility, and comprehensiveness. And linked to these steps, there are resources available on this website for finding reviews, for appraising reviews, and also for identifying ongoing evidence syntheses. Then, if you should find a current, credible, and comprehensive review, you then use that review to inform your decisions. If it is that you find an existing review, but it's not current, you need to consider updating that review. And if you are not part of that author team, that is where you can contact the authors and see if you can be part of the team for that's busy updating the review linked to the need that you have. And if it is that you find an existing review, but it's not credible or it's not comprehensive, this is where you can consider replication and have good reasons for moving forward and doing another review on the same question. And then where you find no existing review, that would be the clear indication for doing a new review. And again, on this website, there's a package of useful resources for doing a systematic review. So a link to the challenge of doing a review and not doing it well, there are issues linked to author teams embarking on reviews, but not having the necessary knowledge and skills for conducting systematic reviews. The field of doing evidence synthesis and the various methods that's being employed is developing constantly. So as research teams, you need to stay abreast of all of these developments, which means it's a continuous cycle of training and capacity building. Furthermore, other issues that comes up in doing reviews is a lack of collaboration and teamwork, because being in a team and being able to work as a team is at the heart of producing a good quality systematic review. And then something to say about updating an existing systematic review. Some may think it's a quick fix, but as the methods evolve, in most cases, when you start with the update of a systematic review, you in essence starting with a brand new systematic review. Time and resources is another constraint and challenge for those conducting systematic reviews. Decision makers wanted the answer yesterday. And in the process of trying to answer or provide the answer as quickly as possible, often there's shortcuts which influence and impacts on the quality. Key to being able to deliver a review well would be active project management, having dedicated resources to support the conduct of these reviews, and having access to useful tools to streamline the review conduct. And then there's also research integrity concerns. Now, when we refer to research integrity, this is where we refer to being able to perform research objectively, with independence, openness, duty, and fairness in the methods that you're using. And you need to be able to give credit where credit is due. Anke Rowe, as part of a work that she's done on research integrity and research reporting, did surveys amongst authors, researchers in low and middle income countries to find out a bit more around the occurrence of poor research reporting practices. And she found that there was concerns about widespread guest authorship. Furthermore, she also found that conflicts of interest were poorly understood and often not declared, and also that the desire for academic status and power, research and organizational culture, and institutional systems that link to promotions are some of the drivers of these poor practices in low and middle income countries. One of the quotes which says a lot is where somebody put forward, so what they care about is not the research, but the publication. And this speaks to this drive within, especially academic institutions and research institutions, where it's all about the number of publications that you have produced in a particular period of time. The publish or perish culture, which is not working in the favor of evidence-based research. So in summary, I've been highlighting many challenges, challenges that influence the use of systematic reviews, and I've highlighted issues linked to the huge number of existing systematic reviews, the varying methodological rigor with which reviews have been done, which means you need to critically engage with the reviews to make sense of it. However, there's a lack of knowledge and skills amongst researchers to find, appraise, interpret, and consider applicability of existing systematic reviews. Researchers in some parts of the world struggle with access to databases, access to the internet, access to full-text articles. And I do feel that there's also a resistance in some cases to using systematic reviews, or to always feeling that one needs to be doing a new review instead of using a systematic review that has been done somewhere else. And we lack systems in place at the start, at the point where research teams are still considering the question and the methods that they're going to be using, to prompt them and to remind them to use systematic reviews to inform their decision making. And then in the cases where it makes sense to conduct a new systematic review, we find that there's a big issue with unnecessary duplication, and the need to carefully consider questions for new systematic reviews, the need to follow robust methods, and then doing transparent and comprehensive reporting of that systematic review, and then also teams grappling with inadequate time and resources and inadequate training opportunities. And then there are also research integrity concerns. And these challenges are challenges that I do feel are similar across different research environments. And it's not the case of this being focused only within certain settings. So in conclusion, I've been highlighting many challenges, and I wanted to end off with some thoughts from my side on practical strategies for sustainable capacity strengthening for evidence-based research. And for me, it starts with advocacy, advocacy to promote evidence-based research approaches, to highlight the issues and to highlight the need for addressing it. We need to continuously promote the use of existing systematic reviews before doing a new one. We need to embed training for being able to find, interpret, appraise, and use systematic reviews for everyone, for all, not all researchers. And I think the best place to start is at the undergraduate level. Furthermore, you can have more advanced courses linked to doing reviews, and that can be at the postgraduate level. Because if we want to promote the use of systematic reviews, we have some responsibility to ensure that those doing reviews need to be doing them well. We need to empower senior researchers to be leaders and to be role models, to lead by example. It will be key to foster partnerships so that resources, drivers, and priorities are being aligned. And instead of rewarding multiple publications, we should be rewarding and have systems in place in institutions for rewards for avoiding waste in research. We need some proactive systems to address the issues that's been identified and to monitor and evaluate how things are going to address the big issue. Over and above all of this, we need to keep each other accountable. Thank you for this opportunity to share my thoughts and views on this very important issue.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Darren. Food for thought for all of us, and really great to see the EBR algorithm, used in this creative way and with so much additional thinking and content added to it. So let's come back to that in a minute. We've gathered quite a few questions now, both for Maureen and yourself. And before we go into sort of more the detailed process questions, I would like to maybe kick off with some of the more generic ones, and definitely start first of all with Karen's question for Maureen. People sometimes use the terms knowledge and evidence interchangeably, but they are different. In the knowledge to action cycle, where is evidence versus knowledge?
Thank you, Karen. That's a really good question. I think one thing to keep in mind is the KTA model we use here in Canada is a bit dated now. So perhaps the difference between evidence and knowledge might not have been as clearly articulated when it was first created. I do believe that the creators of this model used interchangeably those two words. And so evidence or research evidence is really at the base of the upside down triangle in terms of the knowledge that is being generated. That is knowledge that is being generated through scientific inquiry, which could be both quantitative and qualitative research, and that is the knowledge that is then put through the action cycle in the outer part of the model. But it raises a good question in terms of there are other inputs that would not be research evidence, and where would that fit in, and some greater clarification on terms.
Excellent. Thank you, Maureen. Hans was asking you, Maureen, you showed that there may be redundancy within implementation science, when you were running your queries and looking at the different results. Are you aware of any meta-research studies that looked more systematically on this area regarding redundancy in this particular context?
Yeah, that is a really good question. I mean, I guess the two that come to mind are the two examples I included in the presentation. I know that it's probably 15 years ago now, where some folks were calling for a moratorium on any more research on barriers and facilitators to using evidence in practice, because we had decades worth of evidence on that. Now, I can't recall off the top of my head if there ended up being a specific publication that clearly showed all of that, but certainly there was a great deal. And I think something fairly similar was also suggested about the ongoing creation of new models that perhaps, and this probably was more than 10 years ago, by that time we had a good number of models that existed, and could those be assessed for use in multiple settings and with different target users, as opposed to the development of a brand new model. So those are the two that come to mind. And I guess finally, I'm also aware that EPOC, and the actual title of that is going to escape me at the moment, but basically a group within Cochrane that has been looking at evaluating the effectiveness of different interventions to promote the use of evidence. I mean, there's a great many reviews that have been done by that group. And so likely some assessment of all of those would help get at addressing the question, Hans.
Thank you so much. Now, one also more general question for Taryn this time. Parisa was saying it seems that there is an imbalance between the amount of research done and the implication of the findings from the research. Do you think that that's due to research waste related parameters, or perhaps also because of the gap in speed of generating and synthesis of knowledge, and the speed on implementation, so the use of research and implementing, staying behind?
So thanks for that question. I do think it's a combination of various factors, and ultimately, from a primary research, one wants to move into synthesis, and then from the synthesis to be able to look at implications for new research on the one hand, and implication for policy and practices on the other hand. And often these wheels don't move at the same speed, and there's a disjuncture between that, which then leads to further research being done without informing practices, or in some cases, practices actually moving ahead without the necessary research evidence to inform it. So that is an ongoing challenge.
Absolutely, indeed. Thank you so much, Taryn. Maureen, I'll come back to you now, because it was really interesting to hear about your switch, from providing synthesis training and support to actually running a rapid evidence surface. So what did you find most challenging about that switch?
Well, probably like many, it was the speed at which we needed to work and produce like complete projects. So, we've been funded for many years, and many of the projects we work on are long-term projects that might take months to even years to complete. And then all of a sudden we were in this 4 to 5 day work cycle of completing projects. And so just that switch, and also being really careful about the toll that was taking on all of the staff. At first, I don't know what we were thinking, but we're thinking, well, this is a few weeks, maybe 3 weeks, 4 weeks, we'll be doing this. We won't be doing this for very long. And so we were doing several a week. We were trying to do as many as we could to meet the needs of the policymakers that were sending us these questions. And then we realized how the sprint needed to turn to the marathon, which we've heard many say, which meant we needed to slow down because we were quickly running out of energy. So that was particularly challenging in terms of a completely different speed of working, and knowing that the need for syntheses was far beyond what we had the capacity to do. So how could we make sure we were doing as rigorous, robust projects as possible, which meant we had to say no to certain things, which was also hard as well.
Hans was asking, what you think are the similarities or differences in preparing a systematic review for clinical decision-making or public health decision-making or general decision-making, and for justifying a new study, which we looked at and Taryn looked at. So would you say that a rapid review is more relevant for the decision-making versus the justification, or some other differences or similarities?
Yeah, I really loved that question, Hans. It's making me think really hard. And, I do think that there are some differences. And so particularly in these situations where our policymakers and decision makers needed the information yesterday or last week, this idea of the rapid review, knowing that there are trade-offs, but is this, are we tapping into what is good enough to know to help inform these important decisions? And that rapid review methodology may serve that purpose. I think you likely aren't dealing with quite the same need of speed when you're thinking about the next study that needs to be done. I mean, maybe in a master's study, if that's thesis is 1 year, there also is a need to move a little bit quickly, but it strikes me that generally in research, there's likely the opportunity for a bit more time to be very thoughtful and comprehensive, to look at all of what's there, not have to have quite as many trade-offs as you do in the rapid review. And the reason then also being for that different purpose, like decision makers for us needed to really understand, does this work? What is the relationship between A and B? Whereas to inform that next study, I think you really need to have a good grasp. You'd want to have a good grasp of, well, what has been studied before? What models and theories have informed that? What designs and processes have been used? And then synthesizing all of that to say, so now what is still unanswered in terms of what will be a valuable contribution to this evidence base? So that idea of that comprehensive systematic review to inform that's really answering a very different question than clinically what is required and what was required during the pandemic.
Thank you, Maureen. And I would like to maybe take Hans's other question, this time for Taryn, where he's asking, how do you think we can alter the culture of not using a systematic and transparent approach when justifying a new study?
I think that's a tricky one, and that's the work that's cut out for all of us for the weeks and months and years to come. And I think it's multiple approaches, from advocating forward to relevant capacity development, to putting systems in place for checks and balances, for instance, with review committees, getting funders involved, ethics committees, postgraduate review committees. So it needs a multi-pronged approach. And I think it's going to take time, but if we can all work on it, have collective efforts, and monitor and track how we do things and how we progress, I think will make a difference.
Indeed, and I think this also already answers a bit, I hope, Paris's question about the role of funding bodies, as you were just mentioning.
Yes.
Let's look a bit into the issues around lower middle income countries, because many researchers from there state that they have great challenges to get access to systematic reviews. How could we overcome this challenge? This is a question from Hans.
Yeah, so that's another one of those big challenges. Hans is asking all those big, put the finger on the pulse with the big ones. So it's access, I think, to full text of systematic reviews and also full text of primary research. So those doing systematic reviews have that same challenge, which links to the databases that institutions have access to. So there are initiatives where some institutions have access to the full text of certain databases and the resources in there. But for others, it's still a paid subscription to those databases. So I think the payment wall that there is for some access is problematic. And I think the other thing that also links to that is the issue when teams are publishing systematic reviews and other research, and the huge fees that needs to be paid for open access. So that's also the starting point. If you get something accepted for publication, you need to have a huge amount of funding available to pay for open access. And if you can't, then it will be behind that paywall, which means others wanting to access your research is then dependent on institutional access, and otherwise they can't access the full text. So that again is a general research environment issue that one needs to have a look at and see how we can lobby for lower prices for open access and for easier access to full text articles.
I mean, you have mentioned important issues now, just answering these last two questions, and also in your slide where you were summarizing all the, the strategies that could be used in terms of EBR capacity building. But what would you say would be the most crucial ones to focus on initially? Because you listed a whole list, but are there any where you would say these are the three top ones that, either the EBR network or other, institutions, organizations, collaborations, communities should really address as soon as possible?
So I think for me, one of the things with the huge growth in the number of systematic reviews that's out there and the varying quality of those reviews, the starting point is to build capacity to be able to find, appraise, and make sense of those systematic reviews so that the users, whether they're researchers, whether they're decision makers, whether they're guideline development teams, are able to sift through and identify the good quality, up-to-date reviews to use to inform what they're busy with. I think that for me would be one of the key aspects to start with. And then something needs to be done about the quality in doing systematic reviews. Because despite highlighting issues of unnecessary duplication, despite highlighting poor quality, we just see more and more systematic reviews being produced and the quality is terrible. So something needs to be done about changing that as well.
Great, the work cut out there. Maureen, I think I have probably just one more question for you. Let's see how many we can fit into the last 2 minutes, but you threw out there one interesting contrasting in reactive versus proactive strategies? Or Parisa was also asking, does it mean that you would like to account for healthcare issues that might occur in the future? Or indeed, did you mean that you are trying to anticipate what might become the next big question and where work should start really early on? Could you just tell us a bit more about that intriguing aspect of your work?
Yes, yes, of course. There was that, and there was one other question around the involvement of policymakers. If we can get to that, that would be great. But so it was the latter, what I really meant in terms of being proactive. It strikes me here in Canada that sometimes we've received questions and are asked, you know, can you get that to us in 3 days? But it's might have been a question we should have anticipated. So for example, one of the questions was around the factors associated with vaccine hesitancy, or conversely, vaccine confidence. Well, we had, that question came to us when we were well into vaccinating. And then a question came at the time that we vaccines became available for our teenagers 12 to 18 years of age. The question came around, well, what factors are associated with parental decisions for vaccinating their children? And we thought, well, maybe we could have answered that. We should have anticipated this question, could have anticipated, could we have looked at this evidence, because this really wasn't COVID evidence that we could learn from. Should we have anticipated that? So it was just a few of those things of starting to think ahead of what's coming next with COVID that maybe we could anticipate. And if I may, just with that question around the policymakers being involved in the process, so there's a couple of things there I think are really important, and it picks up on some comments from Taryn. You know, what facilitated our involvement with COVID evidence syntheses is decades-long relationship with public health decision makers. And so we are a trusted group that then folks turn to us to say, can you help us look at the evidence so this can inform our decisions. And I think that's really important in terms of having that access and then figuring out what do they need and how, those sorts of things. We knew some of that and then got more feedback on that. But certainly what is really shown to be important during COVID is when policymakers ask for evidence syntheses that only then they can see and no one else can access it, and or whether or not they, in the approval process for it to be eventually posted, if it is tweaked to be in line with a particular point of view. And that is something I think as a community, we need to work really hard on avoiding that, at ensuring that the researchers have the ability to objectively report what's there and post that, understanding that how that gets used in decision making is really up to somebody else, but having that autonomy to be able to post those findings without them being changed for different political reasons, I think is something we will grapple with definitely for years to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. Well, ladies, thank you so much for this fantastic session. There are a couple of questions each for you, if you wouldn't mind to answer in the chat, which will still be open, one around medical reversal and also the one for Taryn around the strategy of de-implementing clinical practices in African countries. So I'm sure people would love to hear your views on that. But with that, we will have to draw this particular session to a close, because now we will need to chat who has won our awards. So thank you so much. I will now attempt to share my screen. Let me just take it down. Now, I hope you can all see this screen of mine. So we are coming to an end of this fantastic second evidence-based research conference. And with this, I would love to introduce our Early Career Investigator Awards. We didn't give out any awards last year, but this year we are delighted to be able to present awards for the best oral and poster presentations given by our early career investigators. I was so lucky as to be part of the award committee together with my colleagues Caroline Blaine and Robert Prell. We scored the submissions, abstracts, recordings, and Q&A sessions based on their relevance to and impact on evidence-based research, how well the meaning of the research was conveyed, how well the results were presented and questions were answered, and also on the enthusiastic general feedback from the audience. We are incredibly grateful to The Lancet for sponsoring annual subscriptions to the journal for both of our award winners. So, without further ado, I would now like to announce the award for Best Poster Presentation to Ida Svege for her poster presentation, The Kavli Trust Program on Health Research, a funding program developed and designed to enhance evidence-based research and minimize research waste. Thank you so much. This has been a wonderful, really relevant piece of work that you have presented here, and we're all very, very impressed with the quality of your poster presentation. And then the final and second award now for the best oral presentation, sponsored by The Lancet, goes to Yuangxi Jia for his presentation, Redundant Randomized Trials Are Hurting Patients with Acute Myocardial Infarction, a comparison between the China mainland and the United States. Thank you so much, Yuangxi, and congratulations on winning this important prize. Your research and of course all three of your contributions were of such high quality, but this particular one really grabbed the attention of the entire panel, and I think it will have a huge impact on research worldwide. Thank you so much. With that, I would now like to hand over to my colleague Hans Lund.
Thank you, Clara. And I will just take the opportunity here in the final end, just to remind you about the series in the BMC systematic review. So consider to submit your presentation held at this conference or any other relevant research to this thematic series. And you can take the next. And I will just repeat that we are meeting in person in 2022. It's nice with the Zoom, but it's so much better to meet and have a beer and have a good talk. That would be very nice. And we are going to Bratislava in Slovakia. And the next one. So this is the last slide. And we would, all of us arranging this conference, we would very much like to thank a lot of people. First of all, the audience thank you so much for your engagement and your questions and your comments and your participating. And thank you very much to both the keynotes and the presenters for their very, very good, useful, informative presentations. It was marvelous to participate in. I was sitting in front of the screen without any need for rest or anything. It was really exciting. And of course, all of this, we need people to help to run it all. We need the session chairs and co-chairs. Thank you very much for a good work, all of you. And not at least thanks to Tele and her team in Bergen for making all the technicalities, so many small details you can't imagine. And they have full control of all of it. So the impression that if there really were no problem, that's because they were there and taking care of it. And we are not sitting in a bubble, thanks to Caroline Blaine. We are sharing what's going on constantly on Twitter and everywhere else. And amazing what you can accomplish, Caroline. And finally, I would like to thank the members of the scientific committee. You can see the names here, I will mention them. But first, I will mention the chair of the scientific committee, Raluca Sfetcu. And you can see her, is there, you can wave, yes. She had done a marvelous job. And it was a pleasure for all of us to sit in the scientific committee with such a leader. Thank you so much, Raluca. And you know, all the other were Lisa Affengruber, Maritza Velimäki, Karen Robinson, Caroline Blaine, Clara, me, Robert, Tina Poklepovich, and Victoria Lesniak. A very good group, and we are really looking forward to see you all in Bratislava next year. Thank you so much for participating. Bye-bye.